before we get started this morning, I will address the motion to excuse NCJC et al. Witnesses Hill and Duncan. That motion will be allowed. Any additional motions or procedural issues for my attention this morning? On this side of the room. Okay. Looking forward to next week. We are going to go 9:30 to 5, as many days as we need. And follow roughly the same schedule we followed this week, with the exception of Monday. We'll have an early lunch from 12 to 1. All right. With that, we will resume with Ms. Jiggets. Good morning, Ms. Jiggets. Thank you for being back with us this morning. Just a reminder, you're still under oath. And we are with questions from commissioners. I will go ahead and get started. Ms. Jiggets, just a warning, I have a few for you, and so just bear with me here, okay? All right, and I want to make sure, Ms. Jiggets, you have access to your testimony in case you need to reference it, all of your testimonies?
Yes.
Okay.
I have all of my testimonies and the exhibits from the partial settlement
Okay.
with me too.
All right, so I'm going to start with some depreciation related questions for you.
Okay.
Just go ahead and get them out of the way. All right. Adjustment NC 3010. Are you familiar with this adjustment?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Annualizes depreciation on year-end plant and service at 12/31/21. Is that correct? Is my understanding correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. Your testimony also supports adjustment NC 3040, which adjusts year-end depreciation expense to reflect the proposed rates, the rates that the company is proposing in this proceeding. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. We want to make sure we understand the purpose of these two adjustments. The first adjustment takes plant and service amounts as of December 31, 2021, and multiplies them by current depreciation rates, and then compares that amount to the test year depreciation expense. Is that correct?
Correct, because during the test year, for assets as they go in service, depreciation doesn't start immediately. It'll start the next month. So, for example, an asset that went in service in December wouldn't have any depreciation expense reflected during the test year, because that depreciation would start in January of 2022. So that first adjustment 3010 is trying to get to the point where all assets in service as of the end of December 31st, 2021, what a full year of depreciation expense will be for those assets, because that would be what we would expect on a going forward basis.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That makes sense. All right, the second adjustment 3040 takes the 12/31/21 year-end plant and service amounts, multiplies them by company's proposed depreciation rates, and then compares that amount to the annualized amount at current rates. Is that correct?
Compares it to the annualized amounts that are reflected in 3010. So you kind of look at them both together.
Okay.
Correct. So to get to what depreciation will be under our projected rates, we first adjust to get a full year reflected for the test year, and then we adjust to say what will change now because of the new rates we're putting in service.
Okay. So the 3040 adjustment compares, we're really looking at the 3010 adjustment, comparing to the 3010
Yes.
adjustment. Okay, I'm with you now. Okay, I need you to look at work papers, and we pulled some work papers from the or worksheets from E1 item 10. Counsel, does she have access to those work papers?
I don't believe so, unless they're unless they're part of the partial settlement exhibit, but we can get them.
I was gonna say, can you describe what you're looking at?
I will. Let's try that. Let's
Okay.
try that. And then if we need to get the papers in front of you, we can deal with that in a minute. All right. So papers relating to the 3010 adjustment.
Okay.
And so there's a worksheet that you've identified as 3010-2. And it shows that the depreciation at current rates on end of period plant is approximately 938 million. Is this ringing a bell? It's page 2 of 2 for the worksheet 3010-2.
Page 202. Yes.
Okay, you see that
You're in
938?
in column C, correct?
That's right.
On page 145.
That's correct.
Okay, yes.
So this is not confidential. This is from E1. All right. All right. So then, also on that page, looking over to column D, down there at the bottom, total plant and service, it shows 913 million and approximately 913 million. Do you see that number?
Correct.
So that's about a $25 million difference between those two numbers. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And that would be, again, the impact of us annualizing to get from what's in the test year to what we expect a full year of depreciation to be.
Okay. I'm going to ask you now to turn to 3040-2, or the same worksheet, but for the 3040 adjustment. And this time, if you can get to 3040-2 and look at page 1 of 1.
Okay.
And then down there at the bottom of column A, it shows a total depreciable plant of 884 million. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so we're trying to understand the difference between 884 and 938. The 884 million that's shown on 3010, and then the 930, I'm sorry, the 884 that's shown on the NC 3040-2, and then the 938 that's shown on the NC 3010-2 that we just looked at.
Yes. So
Chair Mitchell, for purposes of ease of the record, what you just described in those schedules are actually in the partial settlement exhibits of Ms. Jiggett's.
Right, and those, Jiggett's exhibit
Jiggett's
4
exhibit
is what I think you're referring to, but that exhibit is marked entirely confidential.
I see.
So I'm
This
trying.
particular piece is not.
Okay, I was trying to avoid having to go off the record here, so that's why we're looking at these worksheets.
Understood.
Okay.
But for anybody following along, this piece is not, and it's page 162 of 278 of the exhibit.
Okay. And that's actually good to know because I have some more questions for her. We can just use exhibit 4.
So there are a few things that are reflected in 3040 that are not in 3010. 3040 is also going to include a general plant reserve amortization and general plant transportation figures that are in there that are not in 3010. And 3010 includes some amortization of some intangibles and some amortization of contra AFUDC. So there are some reconciling items between those two schedules that if you would like, I can pull together a schedule that would kind of walk you through those adjustments. But
That
there
would be
are some
helpful.
known differences.
So I'll take you up on that offer, and
Okay.
I'd like that filed as a late filed exhibit when the witness has an opportunity to do that.
We'll be glad to, Chair Mitchell.
Okay. And so Ms. Jiggetts, I'm taking away from your suggestion is that we'll be able to, you will help us understand that the difference between the 8.
I'll create a
884
roadmap
and
for you to
988.
show how you get from 3010 and 3040 and back and forth.
Okay. All right, perfect. That's all that I have on that issue for you. Okay. Exhibit 2 to your third supplemental testimony uses an ROE of 10.4. Does this ring a bell?
Yes, it
Okay.
does.
The company's witness Moran testified that his current recommendation was 10.2. His recommendation for rate of return on equity. So my question is, one, assuming that is actually the case, that the company's position is now that the ROE it seeks is a 10.2, can you refile this exhibit using 10.2 as opposed to 10.4? Or can you file as a late filed exhibit?
We can file a late filed exhibit to the extent that, in fact, the recommendation the formal recommendation has changed, which it has not as of right now.
Okay, in spite of your witness's testimony.
Well, the witness was speaking generally off the cuff.
Okay, understood. But let's go ahead and file that, file the revised worksheet or exhibit with the 10.2.
We can
When
certainly
the
do
witness
that.
has a chance to do that. All right. Okay. The the over amortization credits, and this sort of issue and dispute between the public staff and the company as to how to handle those funds. Has the company prepared or otherwise analyzed the rate impacts of its position versus the public staff's position on this issue?
Not in total, but I can walk you through like an example today. I haven't done it for every over amortization, but for example, for coal ash, we have over amortizations of $8.5 million that in this proceeding we have used to offset the amount we're asking for the next tranche of coal ash. Including that credit in the calculation lowers amortization expense for that tranche by about $1.7 million per year. Also including that credit against what we're asking for in this case reduces the rate base balance for coal ash in this case, which reduces the return by about $500,000. So we're talking about a $2.2 million favorable impact to customers from doing what we did. Over the 5-year amortization period that we're proposing for coal ash, that's about $11 million savings or benefit for the company. Comparing that to giving them $8.5 million today. So what we did benefits customers over the long haul for the recovery of that tranche by about 11 million, which is a $3 million benefit. That's using coal ash as one example. What we did for the Hurricane Matthew over amortization, we're at about $17 million for that. We are proposing or requested to defer costs associated with Winter Storm Izzy. The Hurricane Matthew over amortizations completely covers what I am asking to defer and get from customers for Winter Storm Izzy. So customers would never have to pay for that balance. They've essentially already done it. And that's a benefit to customers. So those are two examples that I could give you right now. I don't have something comprehensive that lays out all of the impacts, but for each of those over amortizations, the benefits to customers are consistent. We're saving them money right now with what I'm asking for in this case.
Okay. Ms. Jiggets, would it be possible, or maybe the answer should be, would it be practical for you all to prepare an exhibit that shows the rate impacts of your positions on this issue for each of the over amortizations?
Yes,
that
so
you're
to kind of to formalize what I just walked you
Yes.
through. I would agree to do that. I can do that for you.
Is that something that's manageable? I just don't understand. I mean, I don't have a good sense of how much work that's going to take relative to the requests and other things going on. If it's manageable, I'll take your word at it, take your word on that, and I'll ask that be another late filed exhibit that the witness prepare and costs be filed.
Of course, Chair Mitchell. And actually, in the potential exhibits, potential redirect exhibits, if you look at potential DEP potential redirect number 4, that is the over amortization of coal ash that Ms. Jiggets just walked through.
Okay.
And if you look at, there's another one. I believe over amortization of rate case expense. Yes, number 6 is also a is a potential exhibit,
Okay.
redirect exhibit number 6. But I think it might be easier if we just pull them all together in one late filed exhibit.
Okay. All right. Well, I will ask for that late filed exhibit then.
Chair Mitchell,
Yes.
I would ask if the public staff can do the same.
I will make that request of, Ms. Boswell. And I see her sitting back there, so she knows it's coming. All right. Okay, let's talk for a minute about, was Winter Storm Izzy. So page 12 of your first supplemental direct testimony, in the context of adjustment number 24 NC 7010. You mentioned that the average excludes a portion of 2020 storm costs for Winter Storm Izzy and all of the 2022 storm costs for Hurricane Ian, which the company has deferred and for which it intends to pursue securitization in a future proceeding. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you provide some additional detail or explanation on the company's plans for seeking securitization of amounts associated with those two storms?
We're only proposing to recover the cost for Ian through securitization. We were not proposing to securitize the costs associated with Winter Storm Izzy. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, for Izzy, we were proposing to use the Hurricane Matthew over-amortizations to completely cover the amount that we deferred.
Okay, so then I'm glad for that clarification. We just weren't clear on your testimony. Okay, so securitize only EM. Okay, now we're gonna go to, your exhibit 4, the partial settlement. And then I would ask you to turn to, your work paper for 7010-1, which is page 279 of 286. And counsel, I'd like for you to confirm that whether this is confidential when you get there.
It is not. The exhibit that I have has the confidential parts redacted, so I can tell.
Okay,
Okay, I'm there.
okay. So, what we'd like to know is how are the incremental amounts determined? So what is your starting place, for what level is considered to be normal, a normal amount?
A normal amount in terms of determining what's in column 1 or what I'm deferring in the second column.
What you're deferring in the second column?
Okay, so what we're deferring in the second column are really the major storms that we have come before the commission and asked for recovery for. So I believe in 2016, that would be Matthew. In 2018, that would have been Florence, Diego. And in 2022, it's the cost for Ian and Izzy that are above the $27.4 million threshold that we had established.
Okay, so all of those amounts then, as shown, are above the 27.4 million.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So if you look at the incremental system costs, any year where you see the $32.8 million as the ending point, that's where we've gotten to that $27.4 million threshold on a North Carolina retail basis.
Okay. Okay, so in the third column, do I understand this exhibit correctly, that in the third column, in some years, the incremental amount has been reduced by amounts the company sought for deferral for securitization?
The third column is the amounts after we have reduced
Okay,
the cost for securitization.
okay.
So what's in column 3 is what we would have had to cover as in our normal range of fluctuation for what storm costs would be. So it's what we were left having to pay after we
Okay,
pulled out the cost for securitization.
okay. So I think I understand that. So, but just for example, the 2022 storm cost deferral of 71.34 million, is that an exclusion of,
That's Izzy and Ian.
Ian? Okay. Okay. Let's see. once the net incremental amounts are determined in column 3 and you've set those forth in column 3, the next column show the various inflation rates that you all use to get to get these prior year amounts stated in current dollars. Do we understand that correctly?
Correct.
Okay.
And then I calculate a 10-year average, which is in the very last column for the system. And then down below that carries over to me calculating what an NC retail amount of that would be to derive a new system normal of 22 million.
Okay.
And I would add that again, that calculation, because of how it's working with the $27 million threshold, that does not include, there are some costs that are not captured in this calculation because of that level of fluctuation requirement that we have with regards to what we can defer.
Okay.
There's an additional approximately $15 million that is not included in this calculation the way we do that. Like we've had an additional $15 million of storm costs in general in any year where you see I'm only getting down to a $32 million system amount. There are some costs that we, and when I say we, meaning the shareholders, have had to pay related to storm cost recovery because of that. It's not reflected in this new storm normal that I have here.
Okay. All right. Let's see. I just want to make sure I'm clear on the deferral for Ian ultimately to be securitized, or as the company has indicated in this case. What is the total amount for which the company is seeking that
If
accounting
you
for?
go to the very next page in the exhibit, I'm on page 281 now, on line 68. On that exhibit, you'll see Hurricane Ian listed, and it's about $53.2 million.
Okay. And so again, just so I'm clear, that 53 is above, that's the incremental cost.
Yes.
Okay, got it. All right, one last question for me, and then I'll turn it over to the other commissioners. So you engaged in some testimony in response to questions, or engaged back and forth with Council for Fayetteville Public Works Commission regarding accelerated depreciation.
Yes.
And you discussed deferrals associated with plants that would be
Early retired.
early retired. Yes, sorry, having a hard time getting that out. Help us understand how those deferrals would be made. So would you all defer ratably over time, or would a deferral be made all at one time, or an adjustment for the deferral? If that
I
makes
think
sense.
in the theoretical example that I was discussing with Mr. West, and his scenario, it would happen all at one time. As I am proposing it to work in this case, it would happen over time. The very first example I think I walked through with him is pretty comparable to what we're proposing, which is where we would be reflecting an expense. We would be reflecting depreciation rates that are based on the longer asset life. And that reduces the expense that we will recover from customers right now. And we would be deferring over time that difference for 75% of the difference that we're talking about. So whereas in his example, we got to some point in the future and it was $300 million, I'm in effect building up to that
Okay.
Year over year by deferring $47 million. That 47 would be included in rate base. We had some discussions about that, and yes, it is included in rate base as what we're proposing here. But in this proceeding, only 47 million is going to be in rate base because that's the only amount that we would have deferred for the first year.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification. All right, let me turn, turn this over to Commissioner Rumbley and Commissioner Gladfelter.
Ms. Jiggets, got a couple questions, just a couple.
Okay.
And I'll pick up with where you left off with Chair Mitchell. I want to ask a capstone question, and if we need to go down into the work papers, I've got them here and we can do that. But as I understand it, the reason the company is asking that the deferred depreciation on the 3 plants that will be retired earlier than previously projected, the reason the company is asking that that deferred amount accrue a rate of return is because in computing plant in service for rate-based purposes, you have applied that accelerated depreciation in your calculation of rate base. In other words, you've reduced rate base by the amount of that accelerated depreciation, even though you're not proposing to recover that depreciation in rates in this case. You're proposing to defer it to a future recovery, right?
Yes.
That's why you're asking that the depreciation earn a return, because you've reduced rate base by an equivalent amount now, right?
Right.
I got it right.
Yes, we have a regular, yes.
I think I understand it. Next question was, it really comes from your exchange with Mr. Mehta, and I was a little confused by it. It relates to, I think it was numbered as redirect exhibit 1, but I remember it as being proposed public staff exhibit 28. Mr. Mehta, was that designated
right.
as redirect? Do you have that? Can you call it up? I just want to ask you about a question about that because I was a little confused about your discussion with Mr. Mehta.
I'm there.
Okay. Actually followed your discussion when you explained to him the answer that the company gave to that data request. But that's what confused me, is what would the public staff have had to ask you in order to get the actual annualized historical returns on equity? Not for rate-making purposes, but the actual annualized historical returns achieved by the company.
I think in order to get an actual that's reflective of what I think to get an actual that is representative of what you should use for considering what it would be, you would kind of have to ask us to do it at that level of detail. Or to make some sort of adjustments, even at a high level, that would be reflective of what you would expect ongoing earnings to be, instead of using the high level assumptions we make here. For example, I think using a per book income figure is not going to give you a good estimate or representation of what our earnings are, because that per book number is going to have riders, which I pull out. That per book figure is going to have weather that I adjust for in this case that we don't make here. We don't make those types of adjustments when we do this reporting for North Carolina. So that's why we kind of add that clarification point when we make that filing publicly every quarter, is that it's not a good representation.
That part I understand, that the ES1, as you explained in your answer, doesn't give you the accurate actual historical return. What the public staff asked you to provide was the actual annual historical return. That wasn't done then, was it?
Correct. I mean, I guess looking at the exact wording of their question, we provided what we have provided historically in the past, which is what's based on the quarterlies, because that's what we have. We don't do it to that level on a quarterly basis. So when they ask for it for each quarter, what we have is the ES1s. We don't have it at that more detailed, more accurate level for each quarter.
I understand you're at some disadvantage here because you didn't actually provide this answer. You're being asked questions about an answer you didn't actually provide. Well, what if you were asked to do it on an annual basis? Could you do it? I mean, the public staff's asking a question that I think is an important one. We need to know a baseline number. What did you actually earn in order to determine whether you over-earned, under-earned, or whether we should increase the rate of return or decrease it or leave it the same? We need to know the baseline.
I think the company would be open to having the discussions with the public staff with regards to what type of adjustments that we normally make in a rate case that we could make on an annual basis to give you a more accurate representation of what our ongoing earnings would be. That would be something that we could have discussions with them about. Obviously, like I make 40-something adjustments in this case, we wouldn't be able to do all 40, but if there was a smaller number that we could make, I think we'd be open to having those conversations.
Again, please understand,
Yes,
you're the
I
witness on the stand,
understand.
and you don't control all the movements of this information and all the moving parts. But it is important if in fact the ES1 is not going to tell us what we need to know, then we need to revise the information request so that we're getting what we need. Because as I say, we need to know what the actual earnings the company's realizing so that we can make the determination.
And I will say,
up or
for
down.
comparative purposes, in South Carolina, we do something similar. We do an adjusted view. We do make some high-level adjustments to say what it could look like theoretically if we came in for a case. So that's why I say we would be open to having with the public staff and the commission, like, what would you like to see on an annual basis?
Well, I invite the company and the public staff to engage in that discussion, and I'm sure Ms. Abernathy needs to be involved in it too, because this is going to be an important question for us when we do the annual review and consider the earnings sharing mechanism. We've got to be sure we have confidence in the numbers that are being shown as the actual earnings achieved. And if we're not getting that data in a form that makes us confident that we can be confident in that baseline number, we need to get there.
Okay.
But that's not to scold you again, Ms. Jiggets. You're the one in the line of fire. It's really a conversation with the company and the public staff.
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
All right, Commissioner Hughes.
Good morning, Ms. Jiggett.
Good morning.
Did you happen to hear when I was asking Ms. Reed some questions about the weather normalization? Did you hear that testimony?
I did hear part of that testimony, yes.
I'd just like to follow up on some few questions there. I'm really, most of my colleagues' other questions related to the numerator of our kind of basic math, of revenue requirements. I'm just interested a little bit more in understanding the denominator, particularly as we're moving into decoupling. So by that, what I mean, I understand your adjustments are largely revenue requirements and accounting oriented, but I do see in some of the adjustments, at least reference to kilowatt hours sold. So if I bring your attention to, it's page 33 of 286, in Exhibit 4. It's the North Carolina retail kilowatt hours billed sale by customer class. And there's a series of calculations that called the North Carolina retail weather adjustment.
Yes.
So I just wanted to understand this, and maybe you can also add a little color in just having me understand the world that we're moving into with decoupling, or at least your understanding of it. So what I think I'm seeing here is, in basic terms, is you have these great meters and you rely on actual sales, and that's where you start with your kind of predicting what you're going to be selling in the future. But if the weather was particularly mild or particularly cold, you know that your historic data is not going to be representative of the future. So you go in and adjust it. Am I saying it clearly?
Correct. That's what we're doing on this exhibit.
So if I understand what you did in this time around, you looked at what your metered residential sales were, and it's probably not you, probably somebody else on your team went through and looked at it and said, oh, that was less than we probably would have sold in a normal year. So we're not going to use that kilowatt hours without adjusting it. So if I'm reading it properly, page 2 of 2, there's so many numbers here, but essentially at the bottom, it shows 54,334,902 kilowatt hours adjustment. Are you seeing that?
Yes,
That's
I
up there?
am.
So if I understood that, and essentially you are saying that you're not going to use your exact sales from last year. You're going to adjust them by assuming that you should have been selling 54,000 extra. Is that 54 million extra? Is
Correct.
that-
So what the exhibit that you're looking at, I am starting with information that I get from our actual kilowatt sales. I use information from load forecasting based on if that was a weather normal month or not, were we favorable or unfavorable, to calculate a weather normal level of kilowatt sales. And on the second page you're referring to, I then use that data to get down to a class level. For me, I'm only looking at the revenue impacts associated with that. So the 54 million kilowatts, what I'm saying is my test year was too low by that comparative to what a normal year would be if I experienced normal weather. That carries forward to page 30 of 286. In the very first column where I say my adjustment would be, I would need to reflect the sale of that additional 54 million in kilowatts. I take that amount and multiply it by the average price per class. Again, looking at historical information, basically what was the revenue associated with the actual sales I had, to say what's the additional revenue I would have from residential customers if it had a normal year. That's what's reflected on line 7 of this page we're looking at. And then I adjust that for the things that would go along with that. So fuel and taxes and things like that to derive what would I need to, what my adjustment be. For my test year, I'm saying I experienced unfavorable weather. So my revenues in that year are less than what I would expect them to be on a going forward basis. I am adding that revenue in my adjustment, which lowers my revenue requirement ask in this case, because I would expect revenues to be higher going forward. That's
Okay.
the extent of the adjustment that I make from a revenue perspective.
Okay, I think I'm following. So could you show me where, could you just cite again the actual revenue amount? You said it was on page.
So the actual revenue amount is on line 7. So for the residential column, it would be $5.6 million. And then below that, I calculate what would be the fuel impact associated with providing that additional level of usage to customers in a normal weather year. And I adjusted for what would be the additional variable O&M I experienced related to that to get down to what would be the final amount. And I'm saying $3 million would be the net income impact of that on line 25.
Following. And a lot of the reasons for these questions, I'm using weather normalization because it was a kilowatt hour adjustment. I'm trying to figure out how the company views the impact of energy efficiency on your revenue requirements, particularly since moving forward, we're going to, I think there's general agreement that we're going to be increasing our energy efficiency efforts and trying to figure out how, someone like you that's trying to predict revenue requirements are going to deal with this on top of decoupling. So for the energy efficiency, the similarities I see with the weather normalization is you have a normal year, but then you have a year where you are more successful with your energy efficiency efforts, so you are selling less than you predicted. So you're somehow addressing that. And I'm just trying to understand if you knew there was something last year that was going to have greatly reduced your sales, and it's not going to continue next year. It's not going to continue next year. How would you make that type of adjustment? So, does that make sense? So you had something that, and in this case, it was, I believe, 180 million kilowatt hours that they were being reduced last year. They're not going to be reduced in the future. So what would be the way to change your revenue requirement to take into consideration that fact?
I'm not familiar with the 180 million that you're referring to. I will say for me, in the context of the case, in general, I think what you're describing, for me, I would pick up at my customer growth and usage adjustment, because for me, expectations on usage and changes in usage patterns associated with energy efficiency, I would pick up as a part of that adjustment. To the extent that there's something happening above and beyond that, it might flow through the DSMEE rider, but I am not 100% sure. But for me in this space, like for me, I look at usage patterns and trends and usage patterns and flow it through that adjustment.
Okay, well, I'll have to take a look at that part of the adjustment. So again, the 180 million kilowatt hours is the known and measurable impact of a behavior program that was in place during your test year.
Okay.
And that behavioral program is slated to end. It's a 1-year program that ends, and it might start up again, but from a revenue projection standpoint, it ends. So moving forward, the usage going into the revenue prediction for the next year would be essentially adding back that 180 million. And I'm just trying, I've asked these questions a couple times, and from what I can tell, that 180 is never added back into any of the projections. And I just want to confirm that. But it sounds like you weren't familiar with that 180, so that is not so you're not assuming that the behavior is going to change next year, that suddenly that, there'd be 180.
No, it's been specifically called out to me, but I would happy to check.
Okay.
Can you all hear me okay?
Okay. Well, I appreciate you humoring me. I know this is jumping around some areas that you don't necessarily work on, but thank you for that. That's all.
Commissioner Duffley.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the public staff asked you questions about your inflation methodology that was used. Can you walk through that?
Yes. So I'm going to be looking at pro forma NC 2110. That's a part of JIGIT's Partial Settlement Exhibit 4, starting on page 106. Okay. I'm looking at page 109. So in my discussions with Ms. Keyworth yesterday, I explained that all I'm trying to do is adjust to the current level of inflation as reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. On page 109, this is where we have looked at what the inflation measures were for CPI, PPI finished goods, and PPI materials in progress. What were the levels of inflation during my test year 2021? That's reflected on lines 1 through 13, and I calculated 13-month average. I then on line 17 provide what was the inflation as of my cutoff date, March 31st, 2023. And I calculate the difference on line 19 and then the percentage change on line 20. And then I take the average of the change in the CPI index and the PPI index to say what was the overall impact of inflation from my test year to my cutoff point. That's the 12.13% that you see here. That amount then gets carried forward to page 108 on line 30, and it's applied to the non-labor O&M amount that I now have reflected in my revenue requirement. And so what I am calculating is that, that non-labor O&M adjustment rate was 242 million. The impact of inflation says that that spending, if I were to do all of that same spending as of March, it would cost me $29 million more.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just confirming, so the last three, just confirming your testimony yesterday, you're stating that this method was used in the last three DEP rate cases without objection?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Follow-up question?
All right, Ms. Jacobs, I'm just going to follow up on Commissioner Duffy's questions there.
Okay.
So when you say, she asked you about the method and you mentioned, you discussed your method, you're talking about the averaging and the calculations as they're set forth on page 109 of
Correct.
286.
So the method where we take an average of what was experienced during the test year and compare that to a cutoff point close to the hearings for the case, whatever it was established, that's what we've done for the last cases.
Okay. Can you help me understand the difference in the company's position on inflation rate in this case and the public staff's position? Just talk me through it.
I believe the biggest difference is that the public staff is trying to project what inflation will be. And looking at the details of their calculations, they have taken changes in inflation going back, I believe, 60 months or 5 years or something like that to calculate an average change in inflation and say that that is what you should use to calculate. And I am not trying to predict a change in inflation going forward. I am simply trying to adjust to what inflation is as of today. So that I believe is the biggest difference, is that their methodology is based on an average change in inflation and not what inflation is as of right now. And using their average method, it actually equates to, it would be like what we consider deflation, because it would imply that costs are less than what they are. My costs are 12% higher than what I experienced in my test year, not 4.
Okay, so when you, just one clarification. When you say inflation as of today, do you mean as of
March 31st, 2023, which is the cutoff.
the cutoff for the test year?
The cutoff for the test year.
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I think it's just continued clarification on this point. And we can ask the public staff witness later about what they really were saying. But what confused me a little bit at the beginning of this discussion, which I think I changed my understanding and got more comfortable with, is this idea of, was it 10.4? Is that what the number we were throwing around? 10.2. What was the number of the inflation that we were? Okay, 12.13, excuse me. That has nothing to do with an annual inflation rate. What that has to do is looking at what you spent essentially 2 years ago and
Bringing those dollars
bringing it
forward to
up
what it
into
is right now,
the March.
as of March, correct.
Right. So in order to do that, it's not a 1 year's inflation. It's either month or year. It's going back in time. So that's the understanding. So that was the big shock I had of, like, that high number. And we have been in this very high single digit inflation, but not double digits. So we don't usually hear double digits when we're talking about inflation. So I just, when it was presented, it was a little clearer when inflation rate, to me, from economics, I would say it's inflating it, but not or a multiplier effect or something, because it just got very confusing when it was referred to as inflation rate.
We are not proposing that my costs will go up 12% every year. I'm just trying to bring my costs forward to March 31st, 2023, and that level will stay.
No, that makes sense. And so if you had a year's worth of expenses, just from the formula that you would use in, the year 2021, and you're essentially bringing it up to March of 20, are you bringing up each month's each month's of expenses from, like, so you're bringing January 21 up to March 23, or are you just looking at the
I'm
entire
looking at the
year?
total. So what I'm doing on page 108 is I start with my total O&M excluding fuel and purchase power. I back out pro formas that I'm already adjusting elsewhere. So things that I'm already doing a reasonable and measurement update for, I back those out to get to what is left to be adjusted.
Okay, and so what's your month period? Is it if we wanted to try to match it up with,
My test year is, for the cost, it's the test year into 2021. For calculating the inflation, I'm looking at the 13 months, December 2020 to December 2021 is the 13-year average that I use. And then I compare that to the value as of March 2023.
okay, but then you're applying it over, the 13-month is confusing to me because that's just a rate, but then you're applying it over longer than 13 months because you're trying to inflate something that was more than a year ago.
The 13-month average is meant to represent that I had the 12 months in my test year. So my test year has 12 months of activity in it. It's the accumulation of costs for those 12 months. So when I'm looking at the inflation reflected in those numbers, the cost reflected in those numbers, I'm using a 13-month average of what was reported for actuals for that period.
Okay, so it's not a 13-month inflation, that's more the expenditure side.
Correct.
And then again, you are moving it up
Correct.
20 months or something, much more than a year.
Correct.
And over those 20 months, you're using the CPI, which we know was, very high. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Commissioner Kimmerer.
Just one follow-up question to Chair Mitchell's and Commissioner Duffley's question about inflation and the methodology. I know that you disagree with the public staff's methodology for inflation, but can you speak about whether the public staff's methodology is an accepted methodology as well? Do you have any opinion about that?
I don't believe that it is because I have to use a historical test year and reflect known and measurable changes. Expectations are not known and measurable changes as they provided, like what the Federal Reserve Bank of New York thinks is going to happen in terms of inflation is not what I should be using. What I should be doing is what I know. And what I know right now, as of my March 31st cutoff, is that costs are 12.13% higher.
Okay. So you believe that their methodology is not accepted by other utilities or
It's
as far
not
as
consistent with, I checked to see, it's not consistent with what other electric utilities have done. I checked to see what Dominion did in their last case before the commission, and their process was very similar to what we did as well. They did not use all of the inflation metrics from the Bureau of Labor Statistics that we did, but they did the same approach where they looked at what was the inflation during my test year as measured by, I believe they just used PPI for an average and compared that to a point in time level of inflation cutoff point and adjusted accordingly.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll ask the same question to the public staff witness. Thank you.
Just for purposes of clarification, you're saying the methodology you've used in this particular case is consistent with the methodology you've used over the last 3 rate cases?
Correct.
Has this issue come up in the past in prior rate cases? Granted, this is an unusual inflationary period, but has this issue been contested previously based upon the methodology that you've historically used?
In the last case, I believe it was settled, and the other two I'd have to check. But I believe it was settled in the last case.
You think it was?
I believe it was settled in the last case to be some percentage of what we calculated using this methodology, but I would have to check.
And I believe you indicated in connection with Commissioner Cameron's question that when you looked at what other utilities were using, that the methodology you've used in this case is consistent with practices that are used in the industry.
It was consistent with what Dominion used in their last case before this commission.
But how about other than Dominion outside of, North Carolina? I mean, that you look beyond that.
I did not look beyond what was done in North Carolina.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll take questions on commissioners' questions, starting on the side of the room. Mr. West, okay. Duke?
Just a few, Chair Mitchell. Ms. Jiggets, turn back, if you would, to the portion of the partial settlement exhibit 4 that deals with the storm normal. I think it's adjustment 7010.
Okay.
And I believe it starts on page 277 of that exhibit.
I'm there.
And Chair Mitchell walks you through how you got to the 10-year storm normal average in her questions, right?
Yes.
And we came up with a bottom line on an NC retail basis of $22.2 million.
Yes, we did.
And the public staff agrees that $22.2 million is the correct 10-year average, does it not?
Yes.
Could you walk us through, Ms. Jiggets, how that $22.2 million agreed storm normal average factors into the storm balancing account that the company has proposed?
Yes. So the storm balancing account is an accounting mechanism that we're proposing in this proceeding that would be used to track, used to monitor the company's actual storm experience relative to what we have established as the new storm normal in this case. So in the event we have a storm year where costs are more than storm normal, we would defer that balance to this storm balancing account. If we have a situation where storm costs are less than what's storm normal, we could contribute that amount to this account, with the intent being, as I believe accurately summarized by the public staff witnesses, that we wouldn't make money or lose money associated with storm recovery costs. We would always know where we are relative to actuals versus what we are collecting from customers.
And Ms. Jiggets, just as an illustration, if you would look at DEP potential redirect exhibit let me see. No, I'm sorry. It's probably a cross exhibit. DEP potential cross-examination exhibit.
I'm going to object. Did the commission ask about the storm balancing account?
The commissioner asked about storm normalization 7010, which is the foundation of the storm balancing account.
All right, I will give you some leniency here and let you ask this question, and we'll make sure we're tailoring our questions to commission's questions.
Is the binder with that exhibit here?
Yeah, I'm just locating the exhibit number. It's a potential cross-examination exhibit 9. And Chair Mitchell, this is a response to a data request from the public staff. The request is number 222-6. And I would like to have it marked as DEP. I will say, with a nod towards Commissioner Clodfelter, in the last case, I was the exhibit police. I believe in this case, I am a habitual offender.
You are, that's all right. All right, let's mark it this way. DEP redirect Jiggets, direct and settlement exhibit number 1.
Okay, I would have gotten it backwards. Thank you. So DEP redirect Jiggets direct and settlement exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2,
And would you note my objection for the record?
your objection?
On the basis that I don't think the commission asked about storm balance.
Yes, and I've overruled your objection, but it is on the record.
Ms. Jiggets, just walk us through what this exhibit shows. Note, and I note for the record that it shows the $22.2 million storm normal amount here.
Yes. We provided this information to the public staff as an example of how the storm balancing account would work. So the top part is a theoretical year 1 where we had 4 storms that resulted in storm costs of $25.6 million. We compare that to the new storm normal, in this case of $22.2 million. And in that case, we have an under recovery of $3.4 million, which we would record to the balancing account as a debit of the $3.4 million, which is reflected in the red font on the exhibit at the middle of the page. We move forward to year 2, and in year 2 as well, we have 4 storms that total only $10.1 million. We would compare that $10.1 million to what was collected in customer rates via the new storm normal of 22, where we have now an over collection of $12 million for year 2. That would be added to the under collection in year 1 and result in a now regulatory liability position in the account for the difference of 8.6. So that's how theoretically the account would work, which is year over year, you would compare what we actually experienced for storms to what we collected from customers and always have that measure of how we're doing. And with the intent of that count being a barometer of how accurate are we when we are setting our storm normal estimates from year over year.
And Ms. Jiggets, the example in the exhibit 2, basically jumps into the operation of the account without it having been formally established.
Correct. As we are proposing in this case, it would have been established by the over amortizations of Hurricane Matthew, net of the IZZE deferral that we are requesting, so that we would start as proposed by the company with having a regulatory liability in that account of about $2 million.
And what is the significance to customers of having the starting position, a regulatory liability of approximately $2 million?
That regulatory liability is proposed to be included in rate base. So again, it lowers the returns that we're asking for customers. That is one benefit. And also, again, as I mentioned, we have completely recovered the amounts for Winter Storm IZZE. There would be no additional monies that need to be collected from customers for that.
And so that regulatory liability that's built into rates from the initial standpoint, initial point, would carry forward until there's another rate case. Is that correct?
So even though we are putting money into this account, or the balance is changing based on what we're experiencing in our test year, from a rates charged to customer perspective, that initial $2.2 million credit stays reflected in their rates until we come back for a rate case proceeding.
Nothing further.
Right. With that, Ms. Jiggets, I think we have come to the conclusion of your testimony on your direct and settlement testimonies. Actually, we've got another question from Commissioner McKissick. Okay.
Why did you use Hurricane Matthew as the benchmark?
We have over amortizations for Hurricane Matthew that are approximately $17 million. And so we are using that over amortization to cover the cost for Winter Storm IZZE, and then what's left is the $2 million. So that's why I mentioned Matthew.
Okay, thank you.
You're
That
welcome.
clarifies it.
All right, questions on Commissioner's question, Commissioner McKissick's question. All right. All right, Ms. Jiggets, you better hurry on out of here before any more questions come to mind. All right, you may step down and we will
Thank
see you later on in this hearing, and I will take motions from council. We'll start with Duke.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. At this time, we would move into evidence. All of the exhibits associated with Ms. Jiggett's direct first supplemental, second supplemental, third supplemental, and settlement testimony. And also move into evidence DEP redirect Jiggett's direct and settlement exhibit 1 and DEP redirect Jiggett's direct and settlement exhibit 2.
All right, hearing no objection to that the motion, it will be allowed, and I would note that her exhibits include confidential information that needs to be marked, that needs to be treated as confidential in the record. So council, please take care to ensure that confidential information is redacted. All right, motions on this side of the room.
The public staff would ask that public staff cross-examination Jiggett's direct and settlement exhibits 1 through 7 be moved into evidence.
All right, motion is allowed. Okay, all right. All right, Duke, we are ready for your next witness.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. At this time, DEP calls to the witness stand Laura Bateman and Philip Stillman.
All right, good morning. If you all would please raise your right hands, left hands on the Bible. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right.
Good morning, Chair Mitchell. Mindy McGrath from Troutman Pepper on behalf of the applicant. Good to see you again. Ms. Bateman, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Laura Bateman, and my business address is 411 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Carolinas as Vice President of Rates and Regulatory Strategy for the Carolinas.
And Mr. Stillman, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Philip Stillman, and my business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Business Services, and my title is the Managing Director of Load Forecasting and Corporate Strategic Regulatory Initiatives.
Ms. Bateman, on October 6, 2023, did the PBR policy panel cause to be pre-filed in docket number E-2 sub 1300, direct testimony consisting of 50 pages, as well as 4 exhibits designated as PBR policy panel exhibits 1 through 4?
Yes.
And Ms. Bateman, do you have any corrections to the panel's pre-filed direct testimony or exhibits?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as those set forth in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
And Mr. Stillman, if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as those set forth in your testimony?
Yes, they would.
Chair Mitchell, at this time, I would ask that the pre-filed direct testimony of the PBR policy panel be entered into the record as if given orally.
All right, the direct testimony filed in this docket on October 6, 2022 by witnesses Bateman and Stillman, consisting of 50 pages, will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. Ms. Bateman, on February 13th, 2023, did the PBR policy panel cause to be pre-filed in the same docket supplemental direct testimony consisting of 8 pages and 2 exhibits designated as PBR policy panel supplemental exhibits 3 and 4?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to the PBR panel's pre-filed supplemental direct testimony or exhibits?
No, I do not.
And Ms. Bateman, if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same as those set forth in your supplemental testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Stillman, if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Chair Mitchell, at this time, I'd ask that the pre-filed supplemental direct testimony of the PBR policy panel be entered into the record as if given orally.
All right, the supplemental direct testimony filed in this docket on February 13th, 2023, consisting of 8 pages by witnesses Bateman and Stillman will be copied into the record as if delivered orally from the stand.
Mr. Stillman, on May 2nd, 2023, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket settlement testimony on behalf of the PBR policy panel consisting of 14 pages and 3 exhibits designated as PBR policy panel settlement exhibits 1, 3, and 4?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any changes or corrections that you need to make to the pre-filed settlement testimony?
No,
And if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
they would.
And Ms. Bateman, if I were to ask you the same questions under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Chair Mitchell, at this time, I'd ask that the pre-filed settlement testimony of the PBR policy panel be entered into the record as if given orally here today.
All right, the settlement testimony consisting of 15 pages filed in this docket on May 2nd, 2023 by witnesses Bateman and Stillman will be copied into the record as if delivered orally from the stand. All of the exhibits to the direct, supplemental direct, and settlement testimony will be marked for identification as they were when pre-filed.
Thank you. Ms. Bateman, on April 28th, did you separately cause to be pre-filed in the same docket settlement testimony in support of the transmission cost allocation agreement consisting of 4 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
No, I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Chair Mitchell, at this time, I'd ask that the pre-filed settlement testimony of Ms. Bateman be entered into the record as if given orally.
All right, the settlement testimony filed in this docket by Ms. Bateman on April 28th will be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand.
And finally, Ms. Bateman, did you also prepare and cause to be pre-filed on May 3rd, 2023, summaries of the PBR policy panel's direct, supplemental direct, and settlement testimonies, as well as a summary of your settlement testimony in support of the transmission cost allocation agreement?
Yes, I did.
Chair Mitchell, I would move that both the PBR policy panel and witness Bateman's testimony summaries, which were pre-filed on May 3rd, 2023, and provided to the commission and all parties, be entered into the record as if given orally.
All right, the direct, supplemental, and settlement testimony summaries for the panel will be copied into the record as if delivered orally from the stand. The settlement, the testimony summary of witness Bateman's settlement testimony will also be copied in the record as delivered orally from the stand.
And at long last, Ms. Bateman and Mr. Stillman are available for cross-examination and questions
right.
from the commission.
We'll begin with the Attorney General's office.
Good morning, Terrell Moore with the Attorney General's office. May I approach?
You may.
I'm going to start with some questions that I had for Ms. Abernathy about the EV revenue exclusion from decoupling and how that works under your settlement with the public staff and SIGFAR. My understanding is that until the settling parties can agree on programs and methods to calculate actual EV revenues, you'll be using the company's proposed method to calculate the EV revenue exclusion. Is that correct?
So it has been modified a little bit by the settlement. So, and possibly some of this was in rebuttal testimony as well. So under the settlement, we will use DMV data instead of the originally proposed EPRI data to get the number of new incremental EV vehicles. And then we will use ratios to get that, or percentages to get the by county to the DEP service territory. And then for to get the kilowatt hours, I believe we had originally proposed 225 kilowatt hours per vehicle. That is now 180 is what we will use, 180 kilowatt hours per vehicle as the estimate. And then multiplied by, I believe the public staff recommended using the residential flat rate.
Okay, so
So I believe that's where we're at.
yes, that's very, no, so let's break that down a little. So first, there's a step where you're going to calculate the number of incremental residential EVs, correct?
Yes,
Then there's a second step where you multiply that first number by the per vehicle kilowatt hour usage estimate.
yes,
And then the third step is you multiply it by the kilowatt hour rate that you and the public staff agreed to.
yes.
I want to first talk about that first step, the number of incremental residential EVs.
Yeah.
Like you said, you and the public staff have agreed to use DMV data to collect that information. Will you turn to AGO Potential Cross Exhibit 8? And just so we're all on the same page, this is a data request response from the company to the Attorney General's office.
Yes.
Chair Mitchell, I would ask that this be marked AGO Cross-Examination Bateman-Stillman Direct and Settlement Exhibit 1.
All right, the document will be so marked.
And in this request, you were asked to provide the source of that DMV data. Is that right?
Yes.
All right, so if you'll turn now to AGO Potential Cross Exhibit 9.
Yes.
This is where that link leads you to. Does this look familiar?
I have not seen this before.
I would ask that this be marked AGO Cross-Examination Bateman-Stillman Direct and Settlement Exhibit 2.
All right, the document will be so marked.
And so you have not looked at this, seen this website before?
I have not. I'm sure people on my team have,
Okay.
but I have not.
And so it's a collection of data by month on EV registrations.
Okay.
Will you turn to AGO Potential Cross Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And this is it's hard to tell, it's not labeled very well, but this is the January data from that website. And it's the most recent one that's available at the time that this data request response was provided. Does this look familiar?
Again, no, but I'm not involved in the calculations.
I would ask that this be marked AGO Cross-Examination Bateman-Stillman Direct and Settlement Exhibit 3.
All right, the document will be so marked. Ms. Laura, would you all switch those mics out? Maybe if he uses yours.
Thank you.
Okay.
So again, you haven't reviewed this, but this is the sort of data that you and the public staff in SIGFR have agreed to use to determine the incremental residential EVs, correct?
So if this is from the DMV website, then I would agree with that.
The revenue decoupling allowed under the statute is limited to the residential class, correct?
Yes.
Can you show me on this spreadsheet where it breaks down residential EVs versus commercial EVs or industrial EVs?
So I can't speak to that, but one of the provisions under the settlement is that we file some EV tariffs and programs and work with the public staff and SIGFR in order to do that. And my understanding is that the data analytics that will provide us will help refine this data to make sure that we get to the best estimate of those residential incremental EV vehicles.
But until that is done, this is the data you will be using, correct?
I don't know if any adjustments are made to try to determine which columns might fall under residential or not.
Can you show me where on this spreadsheet it shows the type of EV, whether it's a truck or a car or a fleet vehicle?
Put my glasses on.
If you take my word for it, it
It's not
doesn't
on
show
there?
that,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, again, I would assume that's the analytics that are then applied to the data.
And this spreadsheet, take my word for it, doesn't show where the EV will be charged. Would you agree?
Yes.
I think we can move to the second step of that EV revenue exclusion calculation, which is the per vehicle kilowatt hour estimate. Will you turn to AGO potential cross exhibit 14? It's the very back of your book. It's in a little red binder. This was filed after our initial cross exhibits.
And I should pause and ask if my co-panelist has anything to add to that. What I said.
I've not seen those reports.
Okay.
So I don't.
Okay. I think you said 13 or 14?
14.
14. Okay.
If I may, Chair Mitchell. If I may, Chair Mitchell, I would just add that Melissa Abernathy will be back on rebuttal, and her testimony supports the calculation of the EV adjustment as part of the decoupling mechanism. She may be able to speak more fully to some of these questions.
Understood. And Ms. Abernathy directed me to this panel, so I'll ask them and I'll ask Ms. Abernathy as well. Do you have access to exhibit number 14, potential exhibit 14?
I think so. It's not marked, but what's in the red?
Correct.
Yes.
I would ask this be marked AGO, cross-examination, Bateman, Stillman, direct, and settlement exhibit 4.
All right, I don't have that document for whatever reason. So what I would ask is that, Mr. Meta, since you're standing, I'm going to ask you, would you grab the document from Ms. Bateman so that I can take a look at it?
And I would just note that I don't have a copy of that either.
This was filed on the first day of the hearings. It's related to the settlement testimony that was filed after the cross-examination exhibit filing deadline. And I have additional copies. I was trying to avoid having to hand them out, and they are filed, the commission.
Yeah,
But I can hand out additional copies of this.
please do so, Mr. Moore, at this point.
So they violated the mission after on day 16. Thank you.
All right, making sure witnesses have a copy of the document. Ms. Bateman,
I do.
you all have, Mr. Stillman, do you have it?
I do not.
Okay, here, Mr. Track, I'm going to give you this back, and you can now take this back to your witnesses, just so they both can have eyes on the document. And Mr. Moore, let's get this marked.
Yes, I would ask that this be marked AGO, cross-examination, Bateman, Stillman, direct, and settlement exhibit 4.
All right, document will be so marked.
And this is the company's first status report for the Make Ready credit programs, correct?
I haven't, I'm sorry, I have not reviewed this. So I don't know, but I'll subject to check or I'll take your word for it.
Do you recall that this is the status report that the companies and the public staff and SIGFR have agreed to use as the basis for the per vehicle kilowatt hour estimate?
Yes, yes.
On page 4 of this report, the very bottom, the company states that the applications for this program were made available on June 15th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And of the applications that have been received, 508 have been fulfilled.
Yes.
And do you know if that 508 number is what was used to calculate the per vehicle kilowatt hour estimate?
So I have not been involved in the details of it, but my understanding is that that per kWh number was reduced based on more updated information from the program.
Would you agree that this option has been available for less than a year?
Yes.
We turn back to AGO potential cross exhibit 10, which was marked as exhibit 3.
Yes.
All right, and so we just discussed that there were 508 credits that have been fulfilled under this Make Ready program. Can you just read for me how many EVs are registered in Wake County as of January 31st?
I'm not sure I can. That'd be that first column.
Yeah, the first column, second page, Wake County.
10,736.
Thank you. Turning back to the status report, if you'll turn to page 11. Can you read just the first couple of sentences under heading 1?
The companies, so this is analysis of the credit amounts and the estimate of costs to maintain the balance between EVSE costs and EV loads. The companies are reviewing interval data from AMI meters to identify when customers may be charging their EVs. Currently, the MRC programs are still too early in implementation, and the interval data is not granular enough to create a reliable revenue estimate based on when EV charging is taking place, as opposed to other appliances being used. As the MRC programs progress and the companies have more granular interval data from the AMI meters to review, they will be able to provide this analysis.
That's good. Thank you.
I would just like to say, on that, we are estimating the number of the EV load. And I think it's a reasonable way to estimate it using DMV data, using analytics from our rate design department, and usage amounts that have been accepted by this commission under the Make Ready program, and tariffs that have been approved by this commission. And so these are reasonable ways to estimate it. We are going to work with the public staff and SIGFR to refine those estimates. At the end of the day, the statute did provide for exclusion of EV load from the decoupling mechanism. And I think it was an important provision in order to ensure that there is an incentive to encourage adoption of EVs.
Understood. We're going to change topics a little now to the company's proposed PIMs.
All right, before you get there, Mr. Moore, we're going to take our morning break. We will be back on the record at 11:15. So let's go off the record, please. Mr. Moore, you may continue.
So I want to talk about the company's metric or PIMs, and specifically metric B of the Renewables Integration and Encouragement PIM. On page 30, lines 13 through 15 of your direct testimony, you state that this metric is designed to incentivize the company to design, obtain regulatory approval of, and subscribe large/residential customers to renewable programs that are responsive to and attractive to these customer needs. Is that correct?
Page 30.
Correct.
I remember those words, so yes, I trust you for that.
Are you aware that under Section 5, subsection 4 of House Bill 951, the commission is required to establish a rider for voluntary programs that allow industrial, commercial, and residential customers who elect to purchase from the electric public utility renewable energy or renewable energy credits?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Would you agree that it would be inappropriate to offer the company an incentive to do something it's already required to do under the law?
Oh, I think it does say that in the House bill, but that's not what we're asking for here. Excuse me. What we're asking for is the incentive to develop programs, to work with the customers, to develop programs that are customer friendly, and then offer those programs. If you go back to our history of offering some of these programs like the GSA, there's been not a lot of subscribership to that program up to this point. So the whole idea for this incentive is to have a meeting of the minds and offer the programs that the customers want.
And this metric is not based on a program that is currently approved, correct?
It is, that is a correct statement. It's programs that the company has filed. I think it was in either January or February that the filing for the green source choice was made. And we have said, I think we said it either in my direct testimony or somewhere in testimony, that as new programs became available, we would mark them and say, these programs also apply to metric B that we're talking about here.
And the only change between the company's proposed metric B and the metric B in the settlement with the public staff and SIGFR is a decrease in the reward amount. Is that right?
As part of the settlement, we agreed to do that, yes.
And that's the only change.
That is the only change for metric B.
Turning to the peak load reduction PIM. Enrollment in a TOU rate in and of itself does not offer any peak load reduction, correct?
I don't think I would agree with that. And I listened to Mr. Bird's testimony and I heard him say a number of times, and I'm going to paraphrase because I can't remember exactly what he said. But the message that I heard from him was that the TOU rates, the whole purpose behind the TOU rates are to get people to adopt to the new rate design and then adapt their usage patterns in an effort to get them to move away from those high usage periods.
So you would agree that unless the customer takes additional actions, merely changing rates does not provide any peak load reduction?
Well, I agree with your statement, but I disagree with where you're going with that, because even with the EM&V study that was done on the pilot, we had statistically significant results that showed that customers' behaviors we did see that movement from the on-peak period to the off-peak period. And in my original testimony, my direct testimony, we had used that EM&V study, and then as part of the settlement, we had come to a negotiated lesser reward for the incentive.
On page 32, line 11 of your testimony, you state that the peak load reduction PIM will provide a meaningful incentive for DEP to develop innovative, dynamic, and time differentiated rates and drive customer enrollment in these rates. Do you recall that?
I'm sure you read that, so yes, it sounds familiar again.
The company has already developed time differentiated rates, correct?
Under the pilot program, we've, again, Mr. Byrd was up here and talked about the TOU, the CPPs, some of the different time of use rate patterns or rates that are available. I also heard him say, or at least I know, that the current subscribership to those programs is very minimal. I think there's there's somewhere in the range of about 1.5% of residential customers that are on these programs. So again, the idea here is to incent the company to make a much wider use of time of use rates as one of the tools in the toolbox to help address peak load growth.
Further down on page 32, you said that dynamic and time differentiated rates otherwise reduce utility earnings and have the potential to erode the current DSM-EE incentive. The company designs its TOU rates to be revenue neutral, correct?
Can you point me to which line?
Yeah, I think it's line 11 again, but maybe line 12. 14. Line 14, sorry.
In my rebuttal testimony, so I'll take your word. I do remember the words again. So, yes.
Well, Mr. Stillman, you can take a moment to get to your direct testimony if you'd like.
Sorry, page 30 or 32 or
32.
32.
Line 14.
Yes, I'm there.
And so again, the company designs its TOU rates to be revenue neutral, correct?
The TOU rate in itself, and that revenue neutral means that it's neutral between the rate that I was previously on and compared to if I were to move over to a TOU rate, yes.
So that means that the only way that the utilities earnings are reduced is if only, I'm going to call them winners, that is people that calculate they can reduce their bill by switching. If only those customers switch, then the utilities earnings will be reduced. Is that correct?
I think this is making the point that the time of use rates that are incenting conservation, essentially, let's call it that, they align with some of the programs that are under the DSM-EE rider. And that, if I wasn't clear in making that in the sentence or two that I wrote here, I think that was the intent, was that the two programs are going to work together. So through the DSM-EE rider, there may be some reductions.
Would you agree that if a more uniform group of winners and non-winners were to enroll in TOU rates, it would have less of an impact on the company's revenues?
I think you'll have to describe your question a little bit more. I'm sorry.
Just discuss that utilities earnings are impacted if people that calculate they can reduce their bill by switching to a TOU rate are the only ones that choose to do so. Do you recall that?
I didn't say that. I said through the EM&V study, we had the statistically significant sampling of customers, some of which I'm sure paid attention to the pricing like you just mentioned. Some may not have. I don't know how each individual customer reacted to the pricing, but on average, that's what we're looking at, is what is the average conservation that we would expect to experience.
If the company sees a decrease in energy usage due to TOU adoption, it would recover for that decrease via decoupling, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, CCBA.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Hi, I'm John Burns. I'm counsel for CCBA. This is the first time I've talked, so I'm happy to introduce myself to y'all. Most of my questions, I believe, are going to go to Mr. Stillman. They relate to the PIMs. In particular, I'm going to ask about the PIM related to renewables integration and engagement. You've attached to your testimony your supplemental settlement testimony, Exhibit 4, which lays out metric A, metric B, and metric C for that renewables integration PIM. Is that right?
Yes,
And metric B is the large customer engagement that you were speaking with Mr. Moore about.
correct,
And metric C is utility scale interconnection.
correct.
I'd like to first look at metric B. Do you have your settlement testimony that you filed on May 2nd before you with that exhibit?
I have the exhibit. I turned to the exhibit, not the testimony. so-
Fine.
Okay.
That works just fine. Thank you. On page 10 of your testimony, though, and you don't need to turn to it, I'm gonna read it real quickly. To the right page, sorry. You state that the specific PIM referring to the large scale customer, the large customer engagement, the specific PIM provides an incentive for the company to design, obtain regulatory approval of, and subscribe large customers to renewable programs that are responsive to and attractive to these customers' needs. Is that right?
That is correct.
If the company is going to design programs, wouldn't you want to achieve each of those things anyway in order to get customer engagement?
And I'll go back exactly to what I said just a minute ago is we have some experience with this. Some of the programs that we've offered in the past have not been as successful. So what we're trying to do is set up an incentive structure to design those programs that are successful.
And is it not up to the customers themselves to determine whether they would engage in these programs?
I think that's our exact point is the customers have a preference of what their desires are for the programs that we offer. So again, the incentive here is for us to work with the customers to make sure that we provide programs that the customers want.
Okay. I have a couple of questions about how the metric B is described. Would you turn to page 3 of Exhibit 4 of your settlement testimony, please?
I'm there.
And that's the one that starts renewables integration and encouragement PIM metric B. Same
Yes.
page? All
Same
right.
page.
There's a formula on this. Let me. The first sentence says that the second proposed metric is the cumulative share of C&I customer renewables program capacity subscribed by eligible customers. And there's a formula there for the calculation of that proposed metric. My question is, how does the company calculate or determine what the value is for cumulative installed capacity and cumulative in-queue capacity?
So that will be the renewables, the solar that gets added to the system. So there's a formula that is gone through as the renewables are added to the system. And when it's added, the first requirement is that we meet our reps requirements. So those are carved out. Essentially, everything after that is going to get divided between the jurisdictions, and then they're going to be placed in the programs. So essentially, to make a long story short, is after we've satisfied the reps requirements, all of the other renewables that have been added would be available to these programs.
And would it matter to the calculation of this number whether there is additionality to your customer programs? Do you understand what I mean by additionality?
I understand what additionality means, but can you go ahead and describe that a little further?
Would these customer programs be measured in addition to the solar capacity that the company is already required to add under the terms of the carbon plan order?
No, I'm going to go back and mention, I think we had just talked about, it's the green source choice, for example, that's filed before this commission.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the capacities that's going to come online that will support that green source choice in that one example for that one program.
Understood. On this same page, page 3, the definition of cumulative installed capacity is megawatts of eligible program capacity installed and available for DEP C&I customer subscription. What is eligible program capacity in your understanding?
It's the capacity that's been, that is in place and customers are eligible to subscribe to it.
And will eligible programs be determined by the outcome of the customer program dockets that are being considered by this commission that you have previously referenced?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Will what qualifies as an eligible program or eligible program capacity be partly determined by the outcome of the customer programs dockets currently pending before this commission?
Yes.
And so there's no way at this time, as Mr. Moore asked you, to determine what that capacity or what that program will be as we're considering this PIM.
Well, we know within a range, because again, I'll go back to the Green Source Choice program that's been filed. We know that there's 4,000 megawatts that's going to be, that program is requested over time. So that's not what's going to happen in 2025 or 2026. But as those assets become available for subscription, that's when they would be added to this calculation, the denominator.
Would you agree with me that it's important that the denominator be ambitious and measurable so that the company is incented to achieve goals that it might not otherwise achieve?
Yeah, I think I agree with that. And again, I said that, you know, the formula for what populates the denominator of that calculation are all resources that are added after we've met the requirements of the reps requirements.
Understood. Let me turn your attention then to metric C, which is the interconnection of utility scale. And I believe that starts on page 6 of Exhibit 4 to your settlement testimony.
Yes, I'm there.
I understand this PIM was originally a proposal in a slightly different form from the public staff. Is that right?
Slightly different, but I would just say slightly, emphasis on slightly.
Okay, but there wasn't such a PIM in Duke's, the company's original proposals for PIMs.
No, not in our original.
All right. And so there wouldn't be any testimony in support of this PIM in your original testimony.
Correct.
The testimony of the company supporting metric C then is contained in page 11 of your settlement testimony filed on May 2nd. Is that right? I'm just trying to see if there's any other support offered by the company for metric C other than what you include in your settlement testimony filed on May 2nd.
It would be in the settlement testimony.
Okay. You can go back to the exhibit. I was just trying to confirm how much testimony there might be. Under the settlement on page 6 of settlement exhibit 4, it states that the metric will be addressed by, quote, at the end of each rate year, the megawatts of utility scale renewables interconnected will be totaled and compared to the performance thresholds shown below in the chart that's listed below. Is that right?
Yes.
So is it correct that this metric will be measured annually, but basically at the end of 2025 and the end of 2026?
I believe it says at the end of each rate year.
So September of 2025 and September of 2026.
Yes.
It will not apply then at all. There will be no measurement of interconnection in rate year 1, which ends in September 2024.
That is correct. There's no upside in that particular rate year.
As I understand in the public staff's original proposal, the interconnection would be measured at the end of year 3 and would have been rewarded the company $1 million in the proposal for achieving a tier 1 interconnection amount of exactly 485 megawatts or more by the end of year 3. Do you recall that?
I do recall that, and that is essentially where we get. So to get to the 485 to the 384, really that's the difference between what you just brought up with the calendar year view, which is what the 485 represents. It's the amount of solar that is in the carbon plan. That is, if you go back to the carbon plan, for example, and look at the amount of solar that was going to be expected to be added during that calendar year, there's 750 megawatts. So that's for both Duke Energy Carolinas and Duke Energy Progress. Once you make that allocation between Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas, about 485 of those 750 megawatts are what the public staff had in their testimony. Then we had to make the transition to, there's 3 months that are missing from the calendar year because the rate year ends before the calendar year ends. It ends in September, as you said. And we, by experience over the last 3 or 4 years, we've had 30 to 40% of connections happen in that fourth quarter. So we took the 485 that was there, assumed that 30% of the connections would happen in the fourth quarter. And if you do the math, that gets you to the 340, which is really an aggressive tier 1 performance target.
The top is 400, the top tier 3 performance target in this proposal is 400, more than 475 megawatts by the end of year 3.
That is the top tier performance. And again, if you did the math to bring it up to a system total, it would be a very large number.
And is that the amount that would be interconnected if all of the solar anticipated in the carbon plan were put online in the time frame of the carbon plan?
No, if all of the solar that was in the carbon plan, so the math I just stepped through about the carbon plan had 750, you figure out what DE Progress's allocation is, and then you figure out how much we thought would be online by the end of the rate year, that's the 340.
So it's what is anticipated to be connected under the terms of the carbon plan by the end of rate year 2026.
Let me say it's what's expected to be put in place through the carbon plan. The company is, it's an aspirational goal. It's where we're trying to get to.
The carbon, are you familiar with the terms of the carbon plan order that have already been accepted into the record by the commission?
So I'm familiar with the carbon plan. I don't know what you mean by it.
Sure, and I'll be more specific on that. But well, let me go back. You are the director of load forecasting, is that right?
Load forecasting and corporate strategic regulatory initiatives.
And is it as part of your responsibilities as director of load forecasting, do you participate or have involvement in the company's procurement decisions?
No.
Are you aware of the amount of solar that needs to be procured, even under Duke's proposals in the carbon plan, in order to achieve the goals of House Bill 951?
I am familiar with what was the amount of solar that was added to Appendix I of the carbon plan.
Mm-hmm.
I'm familiar with it, but that's kind of the extent.
Would you agree that it would make sense for the company to be incented to achieve the necessary amount of solar integration to accomplish the goals of the carbon plan?
And that's exactly what this PIM is doing.
And this is the reduced amount related to the caps on interconnection that Duke imposed on the modeling, isn't it?
I don't know anything about that. All I know is that the carbon plan had specific levels of solar additions, and this aligns with what's in the carbon plan.
And
the lowest tier.
Year 2 of the performance thresholds in metric C, tier 1 would be any amount greater than 89 megawatts, right?
Yes, yes.
Are you familiar with the size of PERPA QF facility?
I am not.
Okay. If I reported to you that a PERPA QF facility can be anything up to 80 megawatts?
I would have no reason to know that.
Okay. And would you disagree with me that 89 megawatts of interconnection in DEP by the end of year 2 of September of 2025 would essentially be slightly more than one QF facility interconnected in DEP?
Again, I've got no reason to know that. Again, what we've identified here as targets were developed looking at the carbon plan and the 750 that was in 2026.
Okay. Thank you for that. That's actually helpful clarification. I appreciate that. I wanted to go back to the difference between the public staff and this settlement approach. Under the public staff's approach, by the end of year 3, if you achieved its tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3, there would be, I think tier 1 was $1 million. It's essentially the same amount of megawatts, maybe slightly less, but if you achieve the 89 in year 2, you get 667,000. And then if you achieve the 340 at the end of year 3, you get an additional 1.6 million. Is that right? Approximately?
for year 2 and year 3. I don't understand what you said for year 1 because there's.
I'm sorry, you're right, year 2 and year 3. Year 2 would be 667, year 3 would be 1.667.
Yes.
So if it, under the terms of your proposed settlement, achieving not quite the amount the public staff included in its proposal would net the company a little over 2.3 million rather than the 1 million.
No, I don't agree with that at all. But it's again, the same thing that the public staff proposed in their filing.
Okay.
It's just recognizing the difference between a rate year and a calendar year.
Understood. And I'll ask Mr. Thomas to clarify some of the public staff's approach here. So we can get into that later. And a couple of clarifying questions. Do you understand, and I'm going to use a term here because it was conveyed to me in this way. Are these awards stacked such that if you achieve tier 3 performance, you also would achieve the awards in tier 1 and tier 2? Or is that tier 3 financial award the total amount for achieving tier 3?
The tier 3 financial reward is the total. So they are not stacked.
Okay. No further questions at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Stillman.
CUCA?
Good morning, Craig Schauer for CUCA. Mr. Stillman, I'm going to give you a breather. Ms. Bateman, I have some questions for you.
Okay.
Ms. Bateman, on page 12 of your testimony, you testified that a multi-year rate plan does not decrease risk or Duke at the expense of ratepayers. Do you recall that?
Okay. Let me get to that. Page 12.
Yes, lines 15 and through 17.
Yes, I said not on balance.
And you explain further on page 12 that you believe the risk-reducing parts of performance-based regulation are offset by other provisions of the plan that actually increase utility risk?
Yes.
And specifically, you identify 1, increases in interest rates, 2, inflation, and 3, capital spending not related to the discrete MYRP projects as risks that are not included in MYRP rate increases. Is that right?
Correct.
Right. In other words, a multi-year rate plan leaves Duke exposed to interest rate changes, inflation increases, and certain regulatory lag.
Yes. So there is, some multi-year rate plans and every state's framework is different. But many of the multi-year rate plans across the country have a more holistic forecast, and whether it's done through indices or through company projections, they allow for escalation of inflation. And so as Ms. Jiggets testified, we're adjusting inflation or cost to March of 2023, but we have no additional inflation baked into the multi-year rate plan for our regular. So unless it's associated with the MYRP capital spending projects, only the costs and savings associated with those projects can be included in the projected piece of the MYRP. And so all of the other things that could fluctuate, inflation, interest rates, capital that's required that we, didn't foresee at this point in time or couldn't put into an MYRP project that we could identify at this time, that the utility must manage that along with the positive regulatory lag items that will happen over the next 3 years. But that risk remains with the utility, just like it is today.
So in other words, before performance-based regulation, Duke faced the risks related to interest rates, inflation, and regulatory lag.
Yes, but I would say that now we have a multi-year rate plan. So we wouldn't be expected to file, we kind of have that stay out provision.
Right, but just to be clear, those risks aren't introduced for the first time because of performance-based regulation.
They are. So it's that the utility can't file a rate case. Under traditional rate making, we could file another rate case if those risks come into play.
So Duke is prohibited from filing a rate case within the next 3 years?
unless we are earning below our allowed ROE.
Regarding the risks for an MYRP project increasing beyond Duke's projections, if that were to occur, Duke could recoup those cost increases in a subsequent rate case as part of an adjustment to rate base, right?
So I would say no. So there's two parts of that. If the costs are more than the projection, we have to wear that regulatory lag on that project until the end of the multi-year rate plan. So we could include the project in the next rate case, but it will be depreciated at that point. And those revenue requirements, so the return and the depreciation expense and every piece of the revenue requirement that would have occurred during the multi-year rate plan, it's not like we can defer that and include it in the next rate case. That's just lost. The remaining undepreciated value of the plant can be included in the next rate case.
Thank you. Going back to your statement about not filing a rate case, is Duke committing to not file a rate case in the next 3 years if the commission approves the multi-year rate plan?
I think the only provision to file a rate case is if the utility is earning below its allowed ROE. So that's my understanding of the framework, that the only provision to file a new rate case is if the utility is earning below its allowed ROE. And I'll step back a little bit and focus on the language because there's file versus new rates effective. And so the process, if you include the technical conference, I believe the entire process is about 16 months. So we will need to file before the end of the MYRP period, but new rates effective wouldn't be until the end of the MYRP period unless we are under earning.
Right. So in other words, if interest rates or inflation increases to a level where Duke is under earning, it would be able to file a rate case within the next 3 years.
Yes, if we under earn, if we are not able to manage those ups and downs and risks.
Okay, thank you. Turning to the earnings sharing mechanism, I'm correct that the earnings sharing mechanism allows DEP to collect excess earnings up to 50 basis points above the authorized ROE?
Yes, we are capped at 50 basis points, and that's one of the most narrow earnings sharing mechanisms or most narrow bands that exists in the country.
So when you describe it as narrow, you're describing it on a relative basis to other earnings sharing mechanisms?
Yes, yes, and I believe NCJC witness Posner also referred to it as narrow.
You were present when Dr. Morin testified, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall when Dr. Morin agreed with Mr. Will Freeman of the public staff that it was fair to estimate that a basis point change in ROE results in about a $1 million change in revenue?
And so I think I was here, but I think he said that those numbers were outdated, which is what I would say, that those numbers are not reflective of the company's current ask.
Okay. But just using rough math, for the purposes of illustration, would you agree that a 1 basis point change in Duke's ROE could result into about a $1 million change in its revenue requirement?
Well, let's just say it would result in a change.
Okay. Well, I'm going to continue to use that
ratio.
You can just, I guess we'll say subject to check. So using that ratio that was discussed between the public staff and Dr. Morin, that means that a 50 basis point change in the earnings sharing mechanism, in other words, if Duke could earn up to 50 extra basis points, that would allow Duke to earn an additional $50 million in revenue.
And so that's where I think the numbers don't jive. So I don't think that's the right number.
Do you have an alternative number?
I think it might, so we would have to get that, but I think it might be closer to 40.
Okay. So, all right. So we'll use, so $40 million?
Okay.
Okay. That's fine. We'll use that as an illustration. So, and again, Duke, so 50 basis point change in Duke's earnings would mean an additional $40 million in revenue. Is that correct?
I'm going to say very approximately,
Sure.
or hypothetically, let's just say that's the number.
Right. And now Duke would be able to earn that additional approximately $40 million in revenue each of the 3 years of the multi-rate plan, correct?
Yes.
Right. And so that would be a total of $120 million over 3 years.
Yes. And I would say that there's a reason that you have that band, because you're not going to hit it, straight on, exactly on the dot. There's a lot of moving parts up and down. And one of the things that multi-year rate plans and performance-based rate making want to encourage is the utility to implement cost savings measures. So if the utility can find ways to reduce their O&M, they should have an incentive to do that, or reduce capital, they should have an incentive to do that. And that's what's meant to be captured in that 50 basis point band. And I believe the NCJC witness called it a narrow band and said that that incentive was muted because it's so narrow compared to other bands across the country. But it is a narrow band, and it is meant to be an incentive for the utility to do everything that it can to reduce its costs so that customers would receive that benefit in the next rate case.
Right, but those cost savings benefits accrue to the company for at least the first 50 basis points before they then transfer over to the benefit of the ratepayers.
And then also in the interim, during that 3-year period. And then in the next rate case, they would transfer to the customers.
But to be clear, under the earnings sharing mechanism, Duke is able to earn up to $120 million beyond what Duke would need to earn, would need to collect in order to earn a fair return for its investors.
And I would say yes, but I would say that there is no cap on that under traditional rate making. And there is no ability to reach back, to claw back and retroactively adjust rates under traditional rate making.
Is it Duke's position that the commission, when setting Duke's return on equity, should ignore the fact that performance-based regulation will allow Duke's investors to earn a potential $120 million windfall?
So I think they should look at that in the context of two things. So in setting the return, if you look at it compared to traditional rate making, it's more restrictive on the utility. So you talk about $120 million, but today, even if we go over 50 basis points over the allowed ROE, the commission could call us in for a rate case and initiate a proceeding, but there's no ability to kind of claw back and refund customers for any amounts over that 50 basis points. So I would say that that imposes additional risk on the utility compared to traditional rate making. And then also, if you compare it to the frameworks in place in other states, many of the states with MIRPs, either they have no earnings sharing mechanism or like no ROE band that's imposed on the utility, or they have a broader band. And so just to give some examples that I think I gave in my rebuttal testimony, like Massachusetts, and in North Carolina, we're required to share 100% of the earnings over the 50 basis points. Some states only require a percentage over the band be shared. So like in Massachusetts, for Eversource, under their earnings sharing mechanism, if the ROE is exceeded by 200 basis points, then it has to share 75% of that earnings over that amount with customers. If you look at Iowa, Mid-American, they have to share 80% of the earnings that are over 100 basis points over their ROE. And so if you look at different mechanisms in place across the country, either there is no mechanism, or the band is wider, or only a percentage of the earnings over that band has to be shared with customers. And so again, if you compare to traditional rate making, I think our earnings sharing mechanism is more risky to the utility. And if you look at it compared to what's in place in other states, I think ours is more risky to the utility.
By risky to the utility, you mean Duke loses its ability to collect more than it should from ratepayers?
I think its earnings would be more limited and more at risk compared to traditional rate making and compared to the frameworks in place in other states.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Sigfer.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. Good morning, Mr. Stillman. Good morning, Ms. Bateman. Mr. Spillman, I'm going to start with you. I want to turn your attention to the power quality settlement entered into in this docket between DEP and Sigford 2.
Yes.
How will the pilot program contemplated by the power quality settlement provide benefits to the system?
So I believe you're talking about the settlement of installing meters, power quality meters. And the company has installed these meters, so we've had some experience with this. And when we talk about power quality, let's back up a second. We talk about, as intermittent resources continue to get added to the grid, it affects power quality. And what power quality just means is are we providing consistent, reliable energy flows? So as those intermittent resources get added, it sometimes affects the power quality. You'll see things like voltage sags, voltage spikes, other things like that. So the meters that are in place, and again, the company's got experience with this because there's over 2,000 of them that are installed throughout DEP's system. But it really identifies the source of where these power quality issues start. And it allows the team to then go and resolve those issues to the benefit of that system.
Thank you for that. And I want to turn your attention now to the PIM settlement that we have spent some time this morning discussing already. Does metric B for the integration of renewables PIM help to better align the interests of the company and non-residential customers?
Certainly, and I hope that's what I conveyed. If I didn't, I missed the point, but that's what I tried to convey, yes.
Does it provide more motivation for the company to work constructively with non-residential customers and their advocates to tweak program design offerings and potentially provide new program offerings that better meet customer needs?
That is the exact intent of that PIM.
And we're not here this morning to litigate specific program design elements of new customer renewable programs, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I think that's everything for you, Mr. Spillman. Ms. Bateman, you are what I have been referring to as the catch-all witness for this proceeding. So to borrow a phrase from Commissioner Clodfelter, I do have a few stray cats and dogs to ask you about.
Okay.
If you could reference the cost of service settlement that has already been entered into the record. Do you have that in front of you?
I do not. The cost of service settlement from like last fall? No, I do not.
That's correct. Does your counsel have a copy that?
Has that previously been marked as an exhibit that we could refer to?
I don't believe that it has, but it has been entered into the record.
I do not have a copy of that.
How about this? I'll try to ask you the question.
Yeah, you can ask,
And-
as long as it's not the numbers on the attached exhibit, I could probably respond.
Excellent. So there was a question asked of witness Hager. Were you present for witness Hager's
I was
testimony?
not present, but I watched it online.
And a question was asked pertaining to the transmission demand allocator and why that does not have an energy component. And I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Yes, and so I think Ms. Hager hit this, but transmission and Commissioner Clodfelter, I heard your question about different loadings at different times for transmission demand, but typically transmission demand does not have an energy component, whereas production has both production demand and production energy. So when we functionalize and classify our cost of service study, the transmission category is all just transmission demand, whereas production, we split between production demand and production energy. And so for production, there is typically, well, there are some parties that argue that there should be an energy component to the production demand allocator. I'm not aware of anybody that's proposed that there be an energy component to transmission demand. And even, if you go back to prior cases when the public staff supported summer winter peaking average, which is a production demand allocator that includes an energy component. Even like when we file that cost of service for informational purposes with this commission, or when we filed it in the past, it is never, transmission is still only based on demand. So if you're using summer winter peaking average for production demand, transmission demand would be based on the average of the summer and winter peak demands, but not have the energy component. So it's fairly typical in transmission and production demand allocators to have that difference.
Thank you for that. Shifting gears, I want to turn your attention to the transmission cost allocation settlement between DEP and the public staff. So just very basically, the purpose of that settlement, as I understand it, is to take $20 million from the DEP revenue requirement and basically transfer it over to the DEC revenue requirement. Do I have that correct?
Yeah, and so, yes, and I will speak a little bit to that because that's a very high level, kind of simplistic way to think about it. But this is not a simple matter at all. This goes back to the carbon plan and some of the concerns that the public staff raised in the carbon plan proceeding, in which the commission addressed in its order on the carbon plan proceeding, related to what they called rate disparity between Duke Energy Progress and Duke Energy Carolinas. And my understanding of that concern is that over the past 10 or so years, but even more so when you look out into the carbon plan, DEP has added and will add many zero fuel cost resources. So for whatever reason, solar has been it's been a better geographic location to locate it in DEP versus DEC. And then as you go into the carbon plan, I believe wind has the same dynamics where DEP is just a more preferable geography. And so as you add these zero fuel cost resources, you have the dynamic where DEP customers are paying for the capacity cost of those resources. And then what the public staff has seen is increases in the net transfers under the JDA from DEP to DEC. And then they saw that in the carbon plan growing even more, and that caused concern for them. And so as you have those net transfers of energy, you have DEC customers that are getting a share of fuel savings, because under the JDA, the two utilities split the fuel savings of the transfers. So you have DEC customers getting fuel savings, but not paying a capacity cost for these resources. And again, I would encourage you or others to ask Mr. McLaughlin the same thing, but I think that's my understanding of his concern. And so because of that concern, they proposed this temporary fix, I would call it. Long-term, I think we both agree that a merger of the utilities is the best solution. And so we are pursuing that and targeting an end of 2026, so kind of towards the end of or at the end of this MYRP period. But in the interim, they have proposed this what they would think of as an interim solution to that. And so my understanding is that for the JDA transfers, they have taken the 2022, and this is included in the settlement, the 2022 net transfers as a proxy, and assigned the non-firm OAT rate to those transfers, and assigned that cost to DEC and the revenue to DEP as a way to kind of address that concern that the public staff has had.
Thank you for that. Would you agree, subject to check, that there are several parties who have intervened in the DEC rate case docket number E7 sub 1276 who are not parties to this current rate case proceeding?
Yes, and we filed that settlement agreement in both proceedings.
Thank you. Switching topics here, Ms. Bateman, would you agree that a large part of Duke's capital spending plan for the rest of this decade is based on spending to implement the carbon plan?
Yes.
And the commission has already taken judicial notice of its order in the carbon plan docket. But do you recall during the hearing of the carbon plan last fall that you and I had a lengthy discussion about the risk of cost disallowance in South Carolina for the company's carbon plan capital spending?
Yes.
Okay. So if you could turn with me, you should have an exhibit binder in front of you, 3 of them actually from SIGFR. And if you could grab the one that has exhibit 58 in it. And I'll represent to the commission that this is volume 15 of the transcript and docket number E100 sub 179. And I request that this be marked as SIGFR 2 cross-examination, Bateman and Stillman direct and settlement exhibit 1.
Apologies, what was the potential exhibit number?
58.
All right, the document will be so marked.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. So if you could turn to page 61, Ms. Bateman.
Okay.
And if you could just read for the record your answer beginning at line 19 and continuing through line 2 of the next page.
So I think what you might be asking about, and I'll just go ahead and hit it directly, is we have assumed consistency or alignment between North and South Carolina in terms of this carbon plan. We are still hopeful that will happen. We see evidence of interest in renewables in South Carolina. So they've recently opened a docket on renewables procurement. We see indications of interest along those lines. And where did you say to read until?
Until that point. And
Okay.
you go on in that response to talk about the IRP that the companies will be filing in South Carolina. Has that IRP been ruled upon yet by the commission in South Carolina?
The one we will file this year?
Exactly.
Oh, no.
Okay, thank you. So we could move on. In terms of the proposed exhibit here, let's see if you could, actually, it's in a different binder. This will be SIGFR 2 potential cross exhibit 39.
Oh. It's in the same binder.
Oh, it is. Okay. Well, no wonder I couldn't find it. Thank you. And I would ask Chair Mitchell if I could have this marked as SIGFR 2 cross-examination, Bateman and Stillman, direct and settlement exhibit 2.
Before we mark it, let's just confirm that we're looking at the same document.
Yes, and it would be helpful if I could get there myself. No, good thing. So this is the company's response to public staff data request number 3-3.
Okay. The document will be marked as requested by council.
Thank you. So, Ms. Bateman, one of your colleagues, Witness Quick, referred some questions to you on the fuel rider. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And is it correct to say that the base fuel rate will be in place for the entire duration of the multi-year rate plan period?
Yes.
Okay. On this exhibit here in front of you, can you turn to the actual response provided? Okay.
Yes.
Do you see on this document here that the base fuel rate will be in place for the entire plan period, 3 years, which you just confirmed in your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you could go with me to proposed exhibit 47 in the same binder.
And can I just clarify on that? The base fuel rate will be in place for the 3 years, and then the fuel rider proceeding, there will be increments and decrements to that base fuel rate.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
So turning to tab 47.
Yes.
Which is the company's response to public staff data request number 8-1, which I will ask Chair Mitchell be identified for the record as SIG for 2, cross-examination, Bateman and Stillman, direct and settlement, exhibit 3.
Document will be so marked.
Thank you. So on the second page of the company's response, do you see that there is an update fuel costs to approved rates for the test period ending December 31st, 2021?
I don't necessarily see it here, but yes, we did update the fuel rates to the fuel rates that were approved by the commission in the last fuel docket.
And do you see line 4?
Are you on the exhibit?
I am on the exhibit.
Okay, line 4, yes.
The net proposed fuel and fuel-related cost factors, do you see there how the EMF for the LGS class is approximately double what it is for the residential class?
EMF, yes.
And do you see in line 6 how the net proposed fuel and fuel-related cost factor is higher for the LGS class in terms of cents per kilowatt hour than it is for any other class of customers?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, this is for approved fuel rates for December 2021 through when?
They go from December 1st to the of 2021 through the end of November of 2022.
Was the rate sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. These would be, yes. Sorry. I was just getting my fuel years confused.
No worries. Would you agree with me that fuel costs vary significantly by season and time of day?
Yes.
And would you also agree that fuel costs for off-peak hours are much lower than for on-peak hours?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. Would you also agree that high load factor customers generally use a greater proportion of their energy consumption during those lower cost periods?
Yes.
Okay. If the commission was to order another cost of service or rate design stakeholder process specifically to evaluate the fuel rider and breaking down cost categories as fuel or fuel related versus non-fuel and non-fuel related, would that be something that the company would be willing to do?
So I don't follow your question. So if there was a proceeding to break down the fuel rider costs between, can you rephrase the question?
Sure. So I'm happy to lay some additional foundation here. You acknowledge, do you not, that there are non-fuel costs that are recovered in the fuel rider?
You mean that would fall under the fuel and fuel related?
That's not what I mean. I'm asking
Okay.
if there are non-fuel costs that are statutorily authorized to be recovered through the fuel rider.
I believe everything recovered through the fuel rider is classified as fuel and fuel related. And so there are some things that would fall under the fuel related category that might not specifically be fuel, like certain purchase power agreements. Is that what you mean?
So if I could have you, it'd probably help our conversation if we take a look at Senate Bill 3, which I was not planning to introduce with you, so that is why I do not have it ready at the tip of my fingertips here. I apologize.
That's okay. I think I have it.
It is SIG for 2 potential cross exhibit 74, which should be
Oh,
in the same binder.
sorry, you said Senate Bill 3. 74?
Yeah. That is not Senate Bill 3. I could have
It's
just
73.
one moment, Chair Mitchell, to get my bearings here.
I think it's 73.
Is it?
Yeah.
Great. Chair Mitchell, I would ask that this document be marked as SIG 2, cross-examination, Bateman and Stillman, direct and settlement exhibit 4.
All right, let's do this. The commission will take judicial notice of session law 2007-397, North Carolina session law 2007-397.
Understood. Thank you. Ms. Bateman, are you familiar with Senate Bill 3?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could turn to page 9 for me.
Yes.
Do you see how Senate Bill 3 amended GS 62-133.2?
Yes. It added the words "and fuel related" to the fuel and fuel related charge adjustments for electric utilities.
And do you see how under subsection A1, there are several different costs that are specifically enumerated here in the statute that can be recovered through the fuel rider?
Yes.
Okay. And some of these costs are not fuel costs, correct?
Yes, they would fall under that fuel related that was added to the statute, which is what I was trying to say earlier.
Thank you. Was excuse me, was the fuel rider discussed, to your knowledge, during the cost of service stakeholder group that resulted from the company's last rate case?
So that was specifically focused on production demand allocations. And so the only time that fuel entered into it is when we looked at like a base, intermediate, and peaking allocation methodology where we tried to align the fuel costs of those different types of generation with the capacity costs. But other than that, it was not looked at.
To your knowledge, did the comprehensive rate design study that the company undertook prior to this rate case evaluate the fuel rider?
I was not involved with that, but it would not surprise me if it didn't.
Thank you. And I think I might be done, but if you'll just permit me one moment. I'm done. Thank you.
All right, NCJC.
Good afternoon, Menashe Magruder on behalf of NCJC et al. Can I approach?
You may.
So unless otherwise specified, my questions are just directed to the panel. So if either of you feel better equipped to answer the question, obviously feel free to do so. So as you note in your joint direct testimony, and I'm referring here to pages, I think page 8, starting around line 3. I'll wait until y'all are there. So as you state there on page 8, the goal of the PBR provisions in House Bill 951 is to create a balanced approach that streamlines, regulation, strengthens utility performance incentives, and better aligns the regulatory framework with customer benefits and public policy goals, correct?
Yes.
So given that, you would agree that it should be the goal of DEP's pending PBR application, at least in part, to better align the regulatory framework with customer benefits and public policy goals?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Would you agree that cost containment and affordability are customer benefits?
Yes.
Okay. And referring to pages 14 and 15 of your joint direct testimony, and here I'm starting on line 12 of page 14.
Yes.
All right. So the public policy goals of just any PBR application that's filed under 62-133.16, that application must advance, actually, I should say it should include and advance the consideration set forth in D2 of that statute.
I think it says, I think the statute says the commission may consider these items when evaluating a PBR application. So I think I will leave it at that.
Okay.
But I think we stated here that we believe our application does further a majority of the 11 public policy goals.
Okay. Would you agree that performance incentive mechanisms represent, I guess, one means for which the company should better align that regulatory framework with promoting affordability, cost containment, and some of the other policy goals?
I believe that is one way to do it. I believe there are other portions of the PBR application that achieve different goals here. So I talked about cost containment with the whole concept of a multi-year rate plan is that it encourages those cost containment goals up to whatever that earnings sharing mechanism cap is. So the utility has an incentive up to the 50 basis points to if it's able to come up with innovative ways to reduce costs over the period. That's built into the multi-year rate plan framework.
And not to belabor or to put too fine of a point on this, based on what you said, we're in agreement that PIMs are basically one way that you can sort of.
Yes.
And so you would also agree, even considering the recent partial settlement stipulation between the public staff, Sierra Club, North Carolina Justice Center, and DEP on affordability issues, many of DEP's residential customers who are at or below 200% of the federal poverty level will still face challenges with the company's proposed rate increases.
So, yes, I think there are several things that we have done to try to address low income issues, and probably more than we've done in any rate case that I've been a part of. If you think about the customer assistance program, if you think about the settlement that you referenced with the shareholder contributions to low income assistance programs, there's a lot that we are doing, but I'm sure there are still some customers that will struggle.
Yeah, and for sure, obviously, just sort of talking generally with regards to the proposed rate increases. And you'd agree also that it's not just low income customers that have expressed concerns about rate increases with the PBR application.
So I think that any rate increase by the utility, however justified and however appropriate it is, customers don't like higher rates. I would say that.
Okay. So DEP filed supplemental testimony on April 18th, updating operating revenue, rate base, and expenses. Is that right?
On April 18th? Yes.
Yeah. And subject to check in that April 18th supplemental testimony, DEP did not reduce the original rate increase that was set forth in its application on October 6th.
So, well, I would disagree with that.
Okay.
And so our original rate application, we included estimates. So we included some actuals through a certain date and then projections through the capital cutoff date of March 2023. And then in our first, second, and third supplemental filings, we updated those projections with actuals. So by the time that we got to March, our the actuals were higher than our estimates. So our requested rate increase as of the third supplemental had grown from the original application. And then the partial settlement was a reduction to that level of, I think it was 80-something million dollars. I think Ms. Jiggets had that in her settlement supporting testimony.
And just to kind of drill down on that, I definitely take your point with respect to the actuals having grown since then, but and just limiting it to the April 18th supplemental testimony. My understanding is that DEP basically said, here are our actuals through this period. We are not changing the rate increase at this time.
I don't think that's what we said in the April. Well, we said we weren't changing the requested rate increase, but we were saying that this is the total amount that could be justified at this point in time, and that should be the starting point for any decreases that are applied to that.
Got it. So I think we're in agreement on that first piece. So DEP and the public staff filed an agreement and stipulation of partial settlement on April 26th that addresses certain revenue requirement adjustments. And I think you mentioned that in your response to my prior question. And subject to check, and obviously you talked about this on the stand, DEP and public staff filed a transmission cost allocation agreement and stipulation of settlement on April 27th. And that reduced the DEP revenue requirement associated with certain transmission costs.
Correct.
Okay. And subject to check, while DEP has filed exhibits and testimony quantifying the revenue requirement reductions, it has not filed any testimony or exhibits that directly specify the impact of those settlements on the proposed percentage rate increases for each of the customer classes.
So you're correct. We have not filed that supplemental. Typically, we do that in the compliance filing. The way that I would think about it is that the spread to the classes in our original application, that's very representative of how we would spread the ultimate revenue requirement awarded by this commission to the customer classes. But we use that template where we run the cost of service study, and it's read exhibit 4. So we run the cost of service study with whatever the compliance version is that's ordered by the commission. And then we have proposed to reduce so that gives you the return by customer class, and we have proposed to reduce the variance for each customer class's return compared to the average return, to reduce that by 10%. So we do that reduction, and then that gives you the new adjusted revenue requirement by class.
So basically kind of a TBD, obviously, it's something that will be done, but has not obviously been done to this point. Okay.
Yeah, we've got the template, but we don't have the final numbers.
Okay. So subject to check at this point, obviously, I take your point that this will be done at some point, but at this point, the only sort of analysis that's been filed in the record that would show that percentage rate increase for each of those customer classes would be the analysis that was filed with the company's original application on October 6th.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Do you have that original rate case application in front of you? This is just for specificity. This is a filing that was entitled or captioned application to adjust retail base rates and for performance-based regulation and request for an accounting order. It's a filing that was 27 pages. It was submitted obviously on October 6th.
I don't have that.
May I approach? I have a
I guess I should not
excerpt from that rate case application.
Let's council, you can take a look at what he has, and then we can.
Yeah, are you
front of
just
witness.
showing excerpts or?
It's an excerpt, and I have a copy for the witnesses and then a copy for counsel.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah. Yeah. This is one page. This is page 21.
Thank you.
So, as you can hopefully see, I've given you page 21 of that rate case application.
Mr. Magrier, let us know, just for clarity in the record, what is this document that you put in front of the witness?
Yeah, so this is page 21 from the application to adjust retail base rates and for performance-based regulation and request for an accounting order. It's page 21 from that application. So it's just, yeah, just an excerpt from that.
There's part 17, part 16, part 15.
Right, the application filed in this docket,
Correct,
okay, on October 6th?
correct.
Okay, which is in the record.
Yeah, yeah, which is why I didn't put it in
And
the,
it's page 21 of which part of the application?
so it should be like, if you're looking at it on PDF form, it should literally be and I'll just confirm that this is the case, so that I'm not giving you incorrect information.
Mhm.
So yeah, it'll be both page 21 in the PDF, and also if you're looking at the numbering at the bottom of the page, it will also be page 21.
Okay. Is it the narrative to the application?
Yeah, basically it's like the narrative application that was filed by counsel. for
Okay,
DEP.
all right, thank you.
So you're oriented, yeah, okay. Can I have you read, so can I get you to read out loud the sentence that starts with the proposed revenue increase? It should be 6 lines down from the top of that page.
The proposed revenue increase before the impact of the refund of certain tax benefits is distributed among the customer classes by increasing the rate schedules by 18.9% for the residential class, 15.6% for the small general service class, 12.1% for the medium general service class, 10.1% for the large general service class, and 30.8% for the lighting class, including the, do you want me to keep going with the
Yeah,
including?
keep going.
Including the additional rider adjustment benefits. The percent increases are 18.7 for the residential class, 15.4 for the small general service class, 12% for the medium general service class, and 10% for the large general service class, and 30.4% for the lighting class.
Perfect, thank you. All right. Of course, this is based on information that DEP had when it filed its application on October 6th.
Yeah, and I would point out that these are the cumulative total increases over the 3-year period.
Gotcha. All right. So now a portion of the sort of proposed rate increase in this proceeding, should the commission approve DEP's application, is attributable to DEP's proposed ROE, correct?
Yes,
And DEP has proposed a 10.4% return on equity, correct?
correct.
And generally speaking, all things being equal, the higher the ROE, the higher the rate impact for customers.
So I would agree with that, but I think we have also supported and justified, not the increases in the application, but the increases in the partial settlement is, what we stand behind. There's cost that we've invested, there's capital that we've invested since the last rate case. And I think this case is maybe a little unique because it's the first PBR application. And so you have, and we had COVID. So you have the last rate case, which was cut off in May of 2020. And so you have that, you have to recover or update customer rates for all of the capital investments from May of 2020 to the present. And then you add in the projected multi-year rate plans, capital. So I think if we go forward in the next case, you won't have as much of that catch up. Because, I hope all of those other factors that aren't included in the multi-year rate plan will offset, and we will work hard to try to make that the case. And the utility has every incentive to make that the case. But in this first one, you have that kind of catch up for the historic period plus the projected period. So I think that's something that's a little unique to this case. But if you think about these increases over that, 5 or 6 year period, we really are keeping track with inflation. And so I think you need to look at it in that context when you look at these percentages. And I think we've justified the cost. We've put forth a case saying that this is our cost of service, cost of providing electric service. And so I think that needs to be taken into consideration.
Okay. And just to kind of drill down on that response you gave, you see at least portions of this application, some of the costs have been included, sort of, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but what I took from that is that there is some catch up that is being done here and going forward. So, you know, if the commission were to approve this MYRP, y'all file a MYRP, obviously the rates won't be effective, but you would file it probably before the end of the MYRP term, but you know, rates would come into effect afterwards if they were approved by the commission. What I hear you saying is that we might see that some of those costs might be lower in that subsequent MYRP application and subsequent applications going forward.
Yeah, so I'm not saying that because it will depend
Yeah,
on the
maybe not
capital
making a
that's in that,
commitment. I'm just
But the base period kind of catch up shouldn't have as much catch up in it.
okay. And again, not to belabor on this point, we're in agreement that performance incentive mechanisms can help contain costs that a utility might incur. It's not the only way that you can sort of contain costs, but it is a approach pathway through which the utility can sort of contain costs.
All right, Mr. Magarier, I'm going to stop you there. We are going to break for lunch. We'll come back on the record at 1:45. Stop the record, please. We will continue on with NCJC, cross-examination.
Thank you. So I think when we were last talking, we were sort of in agreement, I believe, that performance incentive mechanisms can help contain, excuse me, costs that a utility might incur. Obviously, it's one pathway, but there are other ways that you could do that.
So I was going to say the most typical pathway in performance-based rate making that I've heard to encourage the utility to contain costs is the concept of the multi-year rate plan.
Gotcha. Would you agree that, sorry. All right. Would you agree that DEP could design a PIM or collection of PIMs to help counteract the rate impacts associated with return on equity?
I don't know exactly what you mean by that.
I guess to maybe kind of give a more specific example, could, and actually, and so specific example, can you turn, so I brought up not only NCJC et al.'s exhibit notebook, but I also brought up KUKA's notebook. Can you turn to tab 1 in that notebook? And I guess for the record, this is sort of the copy of 62-133.16.
Yes.
I guess, Ms. Bateman, because you've got the notebook, can you read out loud subsection C5B, which should be on the 4th page? So it should be on the 4th. Let me see, reference how far down.
Yes, I see it.
Yeah, can you read that out loud for the record?
Yes, and
I guess in addition, just read sort of the subject to, and then read B, which is the rewards or penalties language.
yeah, and just to give the context here, this is talking about the PIMs.
Yes.
And subject to the limitations set out in subdivision 4 of this subsection. Any PIMs proposed by an electric public utility shall include one or more of the following. And so there's several listed, but the one you wanted me to read was rewards or penalties based on differential authorized rates of return on common equity to encourage utility investments or operational changes to meet a specific policy goal, which shall not be greater than 25 basis points.
Great, thanks. To go back, so there was some discussion that your panel had, I think, with respect to the earnings sharing mechanism, I think with Council for KUKA. I think you mentioned, and I'm paraphrasing here, that sort of the earnings sharing mechanism that we have in North Carolina is a narrow earnings sharing mechanism, especially relative to other states that have an earnings sharing mechanism. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay.
and I would agree compared to other states it is.
Right. I think you also recall from our sort of exchange before the break that we sort of talked about, when you're thinking about PBR, we want to be sort of holistic and comprehensive. You got to look at sort of the application as a whole. You got to look at the regulatory framework as a whole. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Would you agree that when you are comparing earnings sharing mechanisms between different states and different regimes, one has to take into account all of the factors that inform whether or not an earnings sharing mechanism can actually be compared apples to apples?
Yes, I think that raises a great point, that you can't just look at this state has this mechanism and that doesn't, that you really do need to look at the whole package. But I think when you look at the whole package in North Carolina, it is very customer friendly. It leaves a lot of risk with the utility when compared to the whole package in other states. And so, I mean, I've talked about this in my direct, I've talked about it in rebuttal, that, for some states have formula rates. And I think KUKA's counsel asked me about that earnings sharing mechanism, and you're allowed to earn more than your authorized return. Well, some states have formula rates where they true up to their exact cost of service. And I think that's less risky to the utility, because the utility can recover it, as long as it's prudent, can recover its actual costs. And the customer's rates might fluctuate. Whereas under North Carolina's multi-year rate plan, the rates are fixed and the utility bears the risk of those costs increasing or decreasing. I think that's just one example of of kind of the totality that you need to look at. It's earnings sharing mechanism. Is it a formula rate or a tracker or a multi-year rate plan with trackers? Some states like Massachusetts have a multi-year rate plan, but then, so like they're wires only. So you think about a company in Massachusetts that's wires only, and they have a rider for their grid improvement plans. So kind of significant investments are recovered in a rider and trued up exactly. On top of that, they have a multi-year rate plan that allows for escalation of rates. And then on top of that, they have a wider earnings sharing mechanism. So I think that's just one example of where you can look at the whole, suite and the whole package. And I would say if you look at North Carolina, particularly when you look at, this has been like a 3-year process that resulted in this framework here. We had the governor's clean energy plan. And then I know that clean energy plan called for modernized rate making construct, and said that was necessary for the clean energy transition. And so it created a stakeholder process, the NERP stakeholder process, which I know we both participated in, and met, almost weekly for a whole year talking about performance-based rate making. And there was a number of different parties providing input into that process. And that process resulted in a recommendation for performance-based rate making with some draft legislation that was included. And then it went to the legislative process. And again, there was negotiations and different stakeholders and different input and different customer protections added to the legislation. And then we had a rulemaking that this commission led. And so I think all of that, years of study and collaboration and stakeholder input has resulted in legislation that is not more favorable to the utility than what's in place in other states. It's a very balanced legislation, but very balanced framework with a lot of customer protections in it.
Has the company done any analysis on, and let me back up, actually just lay a little bit of foundation here. One of the things that you mentioned sort of with respect to cost containment and affordability is sort of, and I'm using your words here, I think, one of the primary ways to sort of achieve those benefits is sort of through the MYRP. Is that right?
Yes.
And would you agree sort of, at least my understanding of why, at least from your standpoint, then MYRP would be the best vehicle to sort of advance those benefits, particularly with respect to cost containment and affordability, is because you have essentially what's called, and I'm probably going to use the terminology incorrectly, but let's just say MYRP basically locks in rates for a certain amount of time, right?
Yeah, and creates that cost containment incentive. I will also note that I don't think that's the only way to encourage or to address affordability and cost containment. I think long-term, there are PIMs, and I think some of the PIMs that we've proposed long-term will result in savings for customers.
And I think we're in agreement with respect to PIMs in the abstract helping to sort of counteract rate impacts and sort of contain costs. I'm just, based on what you said earlier, and this is my understanding of your position, is that sort of the primary way in which we sort of achieve these cost containment and affordability benefits is through the MYRP. I'm just, that was my recollection.
Yeah, I think that's what we typically talk about.
Right.
But I do think PIMs can address that. I think like our CAP program addresses affordability issues. I think there are other ways to address those items. But I do think when we talk about performance-based rate making, a lot of times people talk about the cost containment benefit is through the multi-year rate plan.
And you would agree that House Bill 951 allows DEP to essentially not lock in those rates by filing a just traditional cost of service rate case application if it's whether normalized earnings fall below ROE.
So I would say it's a little different than a formula rate though, because a formula rate, you can just look back and you true up every year to your costs. But with what we're allowed to do is if we under earn, then we can file a rate case. But like I said earlier, that process is like 16 months. So
Right.
it's almost half the MYRP period.
Right. Has the company sort of done any analysis sort of comparing to what extent North Carolina, I guess, is perhaps not an outlier with respect to an MYRP that allows a utility to basically file a rate case while the MYRP term is in effect?
So I do think, like I said, that, the devil is in the details. And so I think you need to look at the full construct. And so, like I said, I think there's states with formula rates. There are states with significant riders. There are states with multi-year rate plans, and each multi-year rate plan construct is a little different. There are states with forward test years. And so I think there's a multitude there's states with revenue decoupling, and some of those, they use something called attrition decoupling, where it really trues up both for revenue and volumes, but also for costs. So it's more like a formula rate. So I think there's a whole suite.
I take your point, but sort of on that narrow question, you have sort of stated that the benefit of having an MYRP is that you essentially have rates that are locked in. As I understand it, the theory goes is that it creates some cost containment incentives because the utility can essentially not go in for another rate case while the MYRP term is pending.
Well, and I don't think it's just that, because I think if you think about that cost containment incentive, I think we have that today under traditional rate making. Because one, you have to under earn, and no utility wants to under earn. And not only do you have to under earn, but then you have to wait like another 16 months before you can get a rate increase. No utility wants to under earn for 16 months. And so I still think it's, even with that provision, it's a strong incentive to contain costs, to manage costs.
Yeah. Let's talk about the specific PIMs that were included in the PIM settlement. So DEP, public staff, and SIGFR, they entered into a PIMs tracking and decoupling, I guess, partial settlement that was filed May 1st. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And that PIM settlement included, I believe it's called a time differentiated and dynamic rate enrollment PIM. Is that right?
That is right. That was kind of a rebranding of our peak load reduction.
Okay. And so this PIM, as I understand it, is intended to incentivize incremental customer enrollments in, I guess, eligible dynamic and time differentiated rates, right?
And time differentiated and yes, time of use rates.
Okay. If approved, DEP would receive a $5 incentive for each customer who enrolls in a qualifying rate, right?
Correct.
And this is an upside only PIM, correct?
Excuse me. Yes, correct.
And so this incentive would apply, at least in its current form, to any new customer who enrolls, in a RTOU, RTOD, TOU CPP rate, and any other new applicable rates that would be approved by the commission after a final rate case order.
Right. Any of those time differentiated rates or the dynamic rates, yes.
Wait, so I take that from all that, I take that to mean that DEP would receive an incentive if a customer enrolled in an eligible rate, even if that customer had no choice but to enroll in that rate.
If they're enrolled in the rate, yes.
Okay.
Because the savings will occur.
And so to kind of drill down on that point, DEP would receive that incentive for each customer who enrolls, notwithstanding how many customers enroll in a typical year.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
So DEP would receive that incentive for each customer who enrolls in that rate, notwithstanding how many customers enroll in that rate, but it would be obviously subject to that cap. I believe there's a cap that's in the PIM settlement.
There is a cap.
Okay.
Everybody who's on those rates at the end of the rate year would be counted.
Okay. So as Ms. Bateman mentioned, Duke Energy participated in the North Carolina Energy Regulatory Process, or NERP for short.
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Bateman, I believe actually you were one of the co-leads of the PBR study group. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So turning to your joint direct testimony, the purpose of NERP, and I'm paraphrasing here, is to identify strategies of modernizing cost recovery to better align it with the goals of the clean energy plan of the state. And here I'm specifically drawing on pages 6 and 7 of your joint direct testimony.
Joint direct?
Yeah.
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. And as you note still on the same joint direct, on page 7 of that testimony, this is lines 18 and 19. House Bill 951 was informed in part by recommendations that came out of NERP.
Correct.
Okay, so moving to pages 21 and 22 of that same testimony. I'll wait until y'all are there. Okay. You note that the PIMs that were originally proposed were informed by that NERP process.
That was one of the things that they were informed by. They were informed by many processes, including the stakeholder process that we held in the summer of last year to get input from all the parties. But yes, it's one of the inputs and one of the major inputs.
Okay. And given that, so you would then agree that NERP and the NERP outputs, and I'm sort of specifically talking about the PBR recommendations that were in the NERP summary report and the PBR study group's work products. Would you agree that those outputs can provide some guidance in thinking through how to design good PIMs?
I would definitely agree with that. And I think if you looked at what the guidance was from from NERP, there were guiding principles on how to establish PIMs, and we looked at those as we established the PIMs that we proposed in our original testimony, and we're in line with the majority of the recommended PIMs, I believe, when you look at what NERP recommended in each of the 11 categories that they identified as policy goals.
Thanks. Can you turn to tab 29 in the NCJC exhibit notebook? And it's that thing that Spain just passed you.
I'm on tab 29.
Great. So these are the PBR study group work products, right?
Study group work products, yes.
Okay. Chair Mitchell, at this time, I would ask that this exhibit be marked as NCJC et al. Cross-examination, Bateman, Stillman, direct and settlement exhibit 1.
All right, document will be so marked.
Okay, Mr. Stillman, can you turn to the bottom of page 19 of the PBR regulatory guidance document? So the first, I think, document in that tab is like the summary of sort of the PBR process. And then there's a regulatory guidance document that should be the next document. So if you turn to page 19 of that document, and for purposes of folks that are reading on laptop or otherwise, that should be the 23rd page of the PDF.
Does page 19 start with performance incentive mechanisms at the top?
Let me double check, but that sounds right. Yep, that's right.
Okay.
Okay, so now that you're there, can you turn to the bottom of that page? And once you're there, Mr. Stillman, can you read out loud the first 3 sentences under the metrics, targets, and incentives subheader that's right at the bottom? And just as a heads up, that third sentence should take you to the next page once you're done. So start on that bottom of 19.
So design details of PIMs and NERP recommendations, metrics, targets, and incentives. The first step in establishing a PIM is to decide the desired outcomes. For each outcome, it must be determined whether a reward or penalty is necessary. Among other things, this inquiry rests on existing utility incentives and disincentives, the existing regulatory environment, the level of utility control over the desired outcome, and the level of control.
Perfect. Okay, so consistent with what you just read, and these are recommendations that came out of the NERP process, at least 2 threshold questions in determining when a utility should receive a PIM reward. And I'm going to kind of make this less of a hypothetical and just sort of key in on this. I'm going to call it peak load reduction PIM. Obviously, it's got a different name, but just it's a little bit shorter. So 2 threshold questions in determining when a utility should receive a PIM reward for certain levels of incremental customer enrollments would be the regulatory environment and the level of utility control over the desired outcome. Would you agree?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to make you go through that one more time.
That's fine. So 2 threshold questions in determining whether a PIM reward should be received for certain levels of incremental customer enrollments would be the regulatory environment and the level of utility control over the desired outcome.
I would agree that I just read that, and that's two of them. And then I think if you're on page 20, which is where I ended up, and you go down halfway through the page, there are PIM principles. And there's about six, 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 6 items there that are also guiding principles that we use as we develop the portfolio of PIMs that we brought forward.
And
Go ahead.
can I just add to that on the next page, specifically related to the outcome of peak demand reduction, one of the alternative metrics listed is enrollment, percent of load, or number of customers in TOU rates or other advanced rates, symmetrical likely as ROE adjustment.
I take both of your points. Obviously, PIM principles are good. I'm just saying when we are first deciding whether to even give a reward, 2 questions that need to be answered are the regulatory environment and the level of utility control.
And all I was saying is that I think in looking at those items for North Carolina, the team recommended a PIM very similar to what we proposed.
Okay. All right. So I'm jumping around a little bit here. So if you can turn to the PBR policy panel settlement exhibit 1, and I'll wait until y'all are there.
Exhibit 1.
Yeah, settlement exhibit 1, yeah. Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, I'm there. I'm sorry.
So there doesn't appear to be sort of an average expected winter peak load reduction per customer, is there?
Well, I think if you go back to my original testimony, you would see that very clearly. It's very clearly taken out of the EM&V study. What you see here is the result of the settlement where, for the number of PIMs that we brought forward here, this was an item that we settled on that actually produces less of an incentive than what I had originally asked for in my direct testimony.
Gotcha. And the only reason why I asked that is just to sort of confirm that sort of the original numbers that you provided, that both of y'all provided in your direct testimony would apply with respect to that estimated average winter peak load reduction per customer.
Has that number changed from when I filed it to now? No, that hasn't changed.
Yeah.
What you're looking at in this settlement or in this exhibit is the result of a settlement.
Yeah, no, that's all I wanted to confirm. All right. So sorry, let's turn back to your direct testimony, specifically PBR policy panel exhibit 1, page 2.
In direct testimony?
Correct, yeah.
Page 2. Yes.
Okay. So the average expected winter peak load reduction per enrolled customer in those 3 listed rate schedules is between 0.21 and 0.31 kilowatts.
Correct. Correct.
And just this is just a clarifying question. Is that per event, or what is that sort of number correlate to?
So in the EM&V study, there was a study of all of the classes that participated in the different time of use classes, different time of use rates, that were under the pilot. And this is a broad average of what we saw from the time of use pilot.
Okay. And to just kind of drill down on this point, that range that you've provided, that's sort of the reduction that's associated with the existing residential dynamic and time differentiated rates, right?
The ones that were in the pilot, I wouldn't say the existing ones, the ones that were being piloted. This was the benefit to the system that we saw through that study.
Okay. So has the company at present provided an estimated winter peak load reduction for enrolled non-residential customers?
I could not say whether we've done that. Where would I find that? Because this PIM is really looking at customer adoption for all of those time of use rates.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm not sure that I answered your question.
I'm taking that based on what was filed, that's not information that you would.
I do not have
Okay.
that differentiated.
Okay. In addition, the company wouldn't have any data on estimated winter peak load reduction for any future dynamic and time differentiated rates that the commission might approve.
No, in fact, I think we've responded to a number of data requests that asked exactly that question. And the problem there is it's all going to depend on enrollment. It depends on how successful we are getting people to enroll in these time of use rates. The more successful we are, obviously, the greater benefit that's brought to the system.
Okay. So still continuing on that same page, DEP estimates that there's a $70 to $80 per kilowatt system benefit associated with winter peak load reduction. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So subject to check, assuming that $80 benefit, the system, based on the 0.21 to 0.31 kilowatt number that you gave me earlier, the system would benefit $24.80 per customer that's enrolled. Subject to check.
That doesn't sound right to me, just in the math, because as I go through the math, in fact, I would point you right below to where you read, where you say where we show the chart of customer enrollment and the benefit received. So you have to go through a couple of steps that we went through initially. You have to look at the enrollment, figure out what the KW benefit was. On average, it's a quarter of a kilowatt hour.
Right.
Quarter of a kilowatt, excuse me. And then you're about, based on, information that's been used in the DSMEE proceedings, you're getting about $75 per KW benefit. And if you look at that chart, for 10,000 customers, the benefit was roughly about $60,000. So in my mind, if I wanted to just say what's the benefit of one customer, that's one customer is $6.
Okay. But I guess at bottom, all these estimates are essentially estimates, right?
We were conservative. Again, if you look through that EM&D study, there were savings that were higher than the range that we put in here. So I would say that we were conservative in putting this in here as we developed the PIM. We didn't want to assume there was going to be more savings than we would ultimately see.
Okay. Can you turn to page 32 of your still joint direct testimony? And I'm looking here specifically at line 18 through 20, really.
To line 18. Excuse me, yes.
Okay. So as you can see there, and this is based off of sort of what the company originally filed. And let me get that out again. DEP is projecting, again, this is based off of sort of what company originally filed. In rate year 1, there would be 400,000 in joint benefit. Rate year 2, 700,000, and rate year 3, 1.1 million, right?
So I'm going to go right above the table that you just read through from and read on my testimony beginning at line 14. It says, based upon assumed aggressive customer adoption of existing and future rate designs consistent with the carbon plans modeling, the estimated potential PIM reward could be the numbers that you just read off. Again, that was some estimation that was used in the carbon plan. What adoption level we ultimately see will be how successful we are in trying to roll out these programs and get people to sign on to them.
Right. And that was going to be my next question, is that these benefits are based on what are essentially two unknowns at this point.
What's the two?
Aggressive customer reduction, and then the company sort of having rate designs that are consistent with that modeling, as I sort of took that preceding sentence.
Well, I think the company has the rate designs. Again, they were offered in the pilot. So we've got the rate designs that you read off a few minutes ago, in addition to some others. So I think there's one unknown, and the one unknown is what level of adoption we will be able to achieve.
Gotcha. And yeah, so we're in agreement then this will depend obviously on how participating customers respond to the price signals that are sent to them through these dynamic and time differentiated rates.
And the question that you just had, what is this that you mean?
I'm talking about the benefits that yeah.
Yeah, I would say no. Under the settlement, we've come to the agreement that for every new enrollment in time of use rate, the award given will be $5 per enrollment. And then we've also agreed to do a broader EM&V study as soon as we have enough participation in these rates to really update the EMV study that was done for the pilot to see if that was correct or not, or if we're seeing different results.
Yeah, I think either way, I guess my underlying point is that whatever benefits are sort of quantified through any subsequent EMV, that's ultimately going to depend on how customers ultimately respond to the price signals that are sent through those rates. I'm not talking about the incentive. I'm just talking about how much the system benefits as a result.
Certainly, that's the purpose of the EM&V studies, and why in the terms of the settlement, we agreed to again, as soon as there's enough enrollment to get a good statistical sample, we would roll out some of those EMV studies to see what the benefit is.
Okay. It'll also depend on how, and you mentioned this earlier, so I think we'd be in agreement here. It'll depend on how successful the company's marketing efforts are in getting additional customers to enroll in those rates.
Exactly. That's exactly why this is set up as an incentive, because the company has to, has had limited success to date, getting people to enroll in time of use rates. So I do think there's going to have to be a marketing effort to get people interested.
And at present, while there is a customer cap for this PIM per the PIM settlement, the company has not prepared a detailed forecast of how many additional customers it anticipates will be enrolled in these dynamic and time differentiated rates, correct?
We have not done a forecast for that, for purposes of this, no.
Okay. All right, let's turn to page 25 of your joint direct testimony. And once you're there, I'll direct you to line 16.
Okay.
Okay. You mentioned, I think starting on line 16, that this PIM is also intended to encourage carbon reductions.
That is one of the policy goals that we feel that this PIM supports, yes.
But based on what's been filed in the record, we're just talking about what's been filed in the record, there's no analysis quantifying what the estimated carbon reductions from this PIM would be, correct?
No. My direct testimony, we just read it a minute ago, said that through EM&V studies, every customer who enrolls, on average, the population of customers that enroll will reduce load by 1/4 of a kilowatt. And through that reduction and through the more efficient load shape that we would see, that's going to result in these carbon reductions.
Yeah, I take your point. I'm just saying, based off of what has been filed in the record, what the commission is able to see, we don't have any information to sort of say what the reductions might be.
So I guess I'd have to understand what you mean by what is in the record, because in my direct testimony, I point out very clearly what the assumed is, and I point out what the assumed savings are, and I point exactly to where that savings came from.
Yeah. I think we're talking about two things. I understand you're talking about savings. I'm talking about carbon reductions.
It's one and the same, though.
Okay. Let's switch to the, I guess, revised reliability PIM that's in the PIM settlement.
You go into reliability now?
Yeah. So, and yeah, feel free to turn to the settlement or your settlement testimony.
I turn to the exhibit. Is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine. So the reliability PIM is a downside-only PIM that seeks to, paraphrasing here, preserve expected reliability as measured by SAIDI. Is that right?
Correct.
And SAIDI is a system-wide metric, right?
That is correct.
As originally proposed, the penalties would be assessed on DEP's reliability performance relative to a 5-year historical average SAIDI for calendar years 2018 through 2022, right?
Yes, we looked at a broad range of what the SAIDI metric was over that five years. And I'll also mention that initially we had thought of this particular PIM, or what is now a PIM, as being just a tracking metric. But again, through those stakeholder processes that we were involved in, we understood how important this was to a lot of parties. So we raised it to the level of a PIM and structured it ultimately in such a way that that's shown under the NERC document.
So the PIM as revised and set forth in the PIM settlement agreement now takes into account expected self-optimizing grid improvements.
That is why you see the reduction in what we expect the reliability metric to have over the 3 rate years.
Okay. And in addition, under that PIM settlement, DEP would now be, assuming it's, if it were to be approved, would now be required to report on the 10 worst performing circuits and provide an analysis with respect to the circuit's performance.
That is one of the metrics that we agreed to in the settlement, again, because the parties, this is important information. Reliability obviously is critical, and we recognize how critical that is to the parties. So we agreed to report on those 10 worst performing circuits.
And I'm just going off the PIM settlement here. Right now, the settling parties or the stipulating parties, they have not currently defined what metric will be used to define worst performing circuit.
No, we've agreed to get together to talk through what that is. You know, the company's got some ideas. I'm sure the settling parties have some ideas. So we just want to talk through that to make sure everybody's in a line.
And you would agree that how that, I guess, metric is defined is going to be pretty important to sort of the quality of information that comes from that reporting requirement.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that of any of the PIMs or the metrics that we have here, the quality of the reporting is critical to everything that we'll be reporting on.
Okay. And not to belabor this reporting would be limited to just those 10 circuits on an annual basis, right?
Correct.
So subject to check, this would mean that if we're just talking about this proceeding, pretty much all other reliability reporting that the company has sort of talked about in the record is being done at the system level.
Pretty much all of the reliability reporting is being done at the system level.
Yeah, when we're talking about safety, talking about safety,
Yes.
all system level.
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. Meaning the commission and other stakeholders wouldn't be able to tell or determine specific reliability issues experienced by communities at individual local level unless those communities are serviced by one of those 10 worst performing circuits.
So I'm not familiar with, I know there's a docket that reliability information is filed in every quarter. I know that that includes safety. I don't know what else it may include. So I say that because there's a venue for that, but I don't know if there's additional information that's reported there.
Subject to check, would you agree with me that that reporting is done at the system level?
Subject to check, I would agree with that.
And even then, all of this will, I guess, depend ultimately on what information is actually included in that report, specifically about the analysis and sort of reporting those 10 worst performing circuits.
So what was the question? I'm sorry.
So with respect to specific reliability issues that are experienced by communities, the commission and stakeholders' understanding of those issues is going to be limited not only to just them being covered by these 10 worst performing circuits, it's also going to be limited and informed by what information is actually reported.
Well, I think the reporting, though, is very clear that we would give an analysis for those 10 circuits of why they were quote unquote poor performing for that particular year. And I'll go on to say that again, a couple of data requests that we responded to that looked at the worst performing circuits, most of the time, and I'm being generous there, it's really almost all the time. Very few times do the circuits repeat themselves year to year. And in only about 10% of the circumstances did a worst performing circuit repeat itself in over a 5-year window. So we don't see that these a lot of these reliability concerns or the poor performing metric, the poor performing circuits, for example, I should say, we just don't see those circuits repeating themselves.
And ultimately, that's just going to depend on the sort of, shall we say, number of circuits that are part of that analysis.
No, does not depend on that.
Okay. Stepping back, DEP's proposed reliability analysis would not penalize DEP for reliability issues that certain circuits, individual circuits or zip codes experience.
To the extent that those individual circuits are incorporated in the system wide, if it escalated to a level that fell within one of the penalty levels, then yes, it would cause that.
Can I think you've got the NCJC notebook. Can I return to tab 29 in that notebook? And it's the same PBR study group work products.
It's 29, you said?
Just turning to tab 29, but then once you're there, turn to page 28 of that PBR regulatory guidance, which should be page 32 in the PDF.
I'm there.
Okay. Can you, once you're there, can you see that there should be, oh, there's sort of like a table that says outcome reliability. You're at that page.
Yes, and I see SAIDI is the preferred metric.
Yeah. Can you read everything that's in that bullet point out loud into the record?
Everything that's in the SAIDI bullet?
Just the SAIDI bullet point. Yep.
Okay. Performance year over year, excluding extreme event days, downside only, feeder by feeder, see note below.
Okay. And then can you read that note that's below? It should be in the notes and it should be the second bullet point that's in that, I guess, chart table, whatever you want to call it.
The feeder by feeder specification prevents selective maintenance. Central main power experienced a drop in reliability on certain feeders when they had a reliability PIM in conjunction with a multi-year rate plan.
Okay. Can you now turn, still on that same document, can you turn to page 5 of the regulatory guidance? And that should be page 9 of the PDF.
Page 9 of.
So it's, for you, it'll be page 5. And then for everyone else, it's like following on their laptops or otherwise, it should be page 9.
Yes.
All right. So you see that it's the performance incentive mechanism list.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to run there too. Can you read I believe it's the third bullet point that's there. It says the utility should track. So if you can just read that out loud into the record.
The utility should track the overall performance for each adopted PIM or tracked metric and, where possible, separately track the utility's performance in low-income counties, specifically Tier 1, Tier 2 counties.
Okay, thanks. Let's move to the revised renewable integration and encouragement PIM.
Settlement version of that?
Yeah. Okay. So let's start with metric A, which is an upside only PIM, right?
Yes.
As revised, it would incentivize DEP based on NEM customer adoptions, net metered customer adoptions over the preceding 3-year rolling average of net metered interconnections.
Correct.
Okay. DEP could receive up to $4 million each rate year if the number of net metered interconnections for each rate year exceeded the applicable preceding 3-year rolling average by at least 25%.
By 25%, yes.
Okay. We're going to jump around again a little bit. Can you go to your joint direct testimony, specifically page 29?
Direct 29, yes.
So you mentioned, or both of you mentioned here, that this metric is needed given expected headwinds, including costs, supply constraints, tapering off of financial incentives, and regulatory uncertainty.
Correct.
However, would you agree the solar industry has experienced cost and supply constraint headwinds since at least 2020?
And it's still experiencing it. Look at what's happening in Washington right now. They're looking at reinstalling the tariffs that for the solar panels that come in from the Mideast.
Would you agree, notwithstanding those headwinds of cost and supply, DEP net metered interconnections have grown since 2020?
That is a true statement. And, You have to also take into account the low number that is there to begin with when you look over the last 5 years. So we're at the early adoption rate of that. But I also say that I looked at this just the other day. So if I look at the level of net metering adoptions that have occurred year to date this year, it's essentially in line. It's actually below what we experienced on a monthly basis in 2022.
So furthermore, DEP did not include in its exhibits or testimony the sort of quantified impact of these headwinds on net metered interconnections.
So I'm not sure how you would exactly quantify that because, you know, I think when you read through this, you recognize the supply chain issues, the tariff issues, the economic issues. You know, I think one thing that is possibly a tailwind right now is the IRA, but the IRA is still undefined. So I would say there's more headwinds than tailwinds still.
And at this time, at least, DEP is not proposing a tracking metric that would report the time between applications received from customers to the time when net metered projects are interconnected, is it?
We're not proposing that, no.
Okay. And DEP has not identified anything that's within its control that would make it easier for its customers to adopt rooftop solar and adopt net energy metering, has it?
Well, I think that's the whole point of this PIM is it's more, to me, this is an outcome-based PIM because we're looking at what can we do to incent rooftop solar. We can put in place programs. We can put in place rebates. We've done that before. So there's, again, I think I used the word tools in the toolbox before. There's tools in the toolbox that can be done to incent adoption. And this is giving us the opportunity to figure out which tool do you want to use? Which one do we think is most effective?
And again, just going back to the NERC recommendations, obviously, you know, you're reading from the PBR regulatory guidance. One of the threshold questions when you're determining whether or not you want to design a PIM is whether a reward or penalty is actually necessary, correct?
I'm sorry, Council, may I ask that we refer to the correct document so that he can reference it? Because I think we're switching to the actual reward.
Oh, that's fine. Let me pull a site for you. It should be. Just give me 1 second. Yes, so it should be page 20 of the guidance document, page 24, and that was under that metrics, targets, and incentives. We're sort of walking through sort of the threshold things. Yeah. So would you agree that sort of one of the threshold issues when trying to figure out whether or not you want to even have a PIM reward or penalty is just making sure that it's actually necessary? Do you agree with that?
Well, yeah, definitely. It needs to be in the best interest of the company as well as the customers. And again, the way you define that is, are these PIMs meeting the policy goals? And I think as you go through our testimony, you see where the PIMs that we've identified and the metrics that we've identified all align with the 3 policy goals and the 11 policy goals that came out of NERC.
Go ahead.
To me, if you're addressing those policy goals, that's a need. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to add on to that. You know, we're specifically talking about the net metering, that was one of the preferred metrics listed in the NERC documentation. So again, people in North Carolina, stakeholders in North Carolina, understanding the environment here, recommended a 3-year rolling average of net metering projects connected as an upside only PIM, very similar to what we've proposed. And I would also add it, and Mr. Stillman can confirm this, that when we held our stakeholder process, that was just last summer, where we invited parties in, several parties also recommended this PIM as well.
Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to metric B. Now, metric B is upside only, right?
It is.
Okay. And specifically, it concerns the cumulative share of commercial and industrial customer renewables program capacity subscribed by eligible customers.
I'm sorry, I'll get there in a second.
No, that's fine. Take your time.
Okay, I'm there, so now, I'm sorry.
So metric B concerns the cumulative share of commercial and industrial customer renewables program capacity subscribed by eligible customers.
Yes, that's what it is.
So it's looking at the percentage ultimately of the total megawatts installed, total megawatts being queue capacity of commercial and industrial customer renewable programs that have signed up committed commercial industrial customers.
So you kind of commingled the numerator and the
I did,
denominator,
yeah.
but in general, I agree, the denominator is the installed capacity and the in-queue capacity, meaning that the company has opened up a number of megawatts to the program. And then the numerator is the number of megawatts customers have subscribed to.
Gotcha. And the purpose of this metric is to incentivize DEP through fixed financial rewards to design, obtain regulatory approval, and subscribe large customers to renewable programs.
I don't know about the fixed financial, I don't know where you're reading that from, but the obvious design of this is to work with our customers, our commercial, large industrial customers, to design programs that they find beneficial, that we can align with them and design a program that's useful to them.
Yeah, as a point of clarification, I mean dollar payments as opposed to, let's say, shared savings or we add or yeah, that's all I meant by that. So I think you said in response to AGO's questions that the sole revisions to this metric in the PIM settlement were to the financial rewards tied to each of the incentive tiers. Is that right?
I did not follow that at all. I apologize.
So I'll say it a little clearer and succinctly. The sole revisions to this metric in the PIM settlement were just the financial rewards.
That is a true statement. I'm sorry. I heard you say solar, not sol. So that's why I was confused.
It's all good. At present, the only program available under metric B is the Green Source Advantage Bridge program, right?
No, that's incorrect. Well, so actually, I guess that would be the program that's available today.
Yeah,
pending the commission's approval of the Green Source Choice, that would supplant Green Source Bridge. So that would be the program that I think we envision, the first program, I should say, envisioned that would be a program under this particular metric. And I'll also say that, you brought up the bridge program. So it's a Green Source Choice or Green Source Advantage, I should say, and Green Source Bridge have about 850 megawatts in capacity available, and only about 250 has been subscribed as of date. And those programs have been out there for a little while. So when you think about that the level of subscription that we have under those programs right now would not qualify for a reward the way that this is structured.
And just as a point of clarification, and I think you kind of were going where I was going, if the commission were to approve the Green Source Advantage Choice, Green Source Advantage Bridge would go away.
It gets supplanted by this. And again, I think we talked about this with the reliability. This is another PIM that I'd like to point out that through our conversations with the stakeholders, through the stakeholder process, this was a PIM that wasn't even on our radar until we talked to a number of our customers who really wanted this as part of our incentive package. And that's the reason that in our direct testimony, we proposed it. And it's kind of lived through the settlement, so it's part of the settlement.
And as a general matter, with respect to this metric, would you agree that assignment of capacity by program is a factor within the company's control?
So, yeah, I agree with that. But when I think about that, Green Source Choice is a program. So what's the next generation program? So this is not limited to one program. If the company comes up with program 2 or program X or Y or whatever you want to call it, it could be additive to this.
Okay. Let's move on to metric C. So for metric C, my understanding from reviewing the PIM settlement is that DEP has replaced its original to paraphrase, sort of residential shared solar metric with a essentially revised version of the public staff's utility scale interconnection PIM. Is that right?
Generally, yes.
And this PIM is upside only, correct?
It is upside only.
This PIM, as I understand it, has a carve out for instances where DEP has done everything that it needs to do to interconnect a utility scale solar project, but the third party in question hasn't done everything they need to do under a purchase power agreement. Is that a fair statement, accurate statement?
So that is a fair statement, and I want to go back to your NERP document because, you know, in those guiding principles, I'll say, if I could find the right principle I'm looking for. Can't read through these. But anyway, it talks about that the PIMs should have be under the control of the utility. The utility should be able to have some level of control over the outcome of the PIM. You know, when you think about what the question that you just asked, if the company has gone through all of the work that it needs to allow for the interconnection to happen, and the third party pulls out for whatever reason, it could be financial, it could be they just haven't completed the work yet, et cetera, et cetera. We just felt that that should not result in not receiving the reward.
Gotcha.
And I think what, so maybe not, but in the legislation itself, there is a provision, and I'm not even sure how to cite this. I guess under the PBR section I don't know if it's maybe C3. Says the policy goal targeted by a PIM shall be clearly defined, measurable with a defined performance metric, and solely or primarily within the electric public utilities control. Is that what?
I think that is it. And I was also looking at the NERP document, those guiding principles. I finally got down to bullet 6. It's bullet 6 that talks about the utility control.
As proposed in the PIM settlement, the annual limits and performance thresholds associated with this PIM would not be adjusted if the commission later determined that the annual limits should be moved up.
I don't know that I agree with that. I think that there's, and I may have to see Laura if you know anything about this, but I thought there was a provision that if during the process of the multi-year rate plan, if a PIM was found to be inadequate, that a review could take place.
And I'm just saying as proposed in the PIM settlement, just looking at the four corners of the PIM settlement, is there a provision that would adjust those annual limits?
Not in the settlement, no. This is, and I don't know that I was very clear about this before, but the thresholds that we set in this particular PIM metric C, you know, we talked a lot about it being aligned with the carbon plan, but a reward does not kick in until you exceed what is already in the carbon plan. So I went through the math to show how we got from the 750 that's in the carbon plan down to the number that's in the PIM. But if you notice that tier 1, there is no incentive award until you exceed that level.
Yeah, and what Mr. Stillman was referring to about the commission's ability to make adjustments, there is a provision in the legislation that states at any time prior to the expiration of a PBR plan period, the commission, with good cause and upon its own motion or petition by the public staff, may examine the reasonableness of public utilities rates under a plan, conduct periodic reviews with opportunities for public hearings and comments from interested parties, and initiate a proceeding to adjust base rates or PIMs as necessary. I think that's what he was referring to.
All right, in the home stretch now. And this is, we're going to turn back to your joint direct testimony, page 40.
Okay, I am there.
All right. So cumulatively, the original, and this is just based off of the PIMs that were proposed in, the application was filed October 6th. The original maximum potential PIM rewards DEP proposed were 8 million per rate year, and the maximum potential PIM penalties were 8 million per rate year.
I think that was by rate year 3, it was going to be a possible 8 million upside and a possible 8 million downside at the maximum levels.
And as you note on page 47, still joint direct testimony.
Yes.
I'm thinking here about lines 10 through 12 on page 47. You note that these maximums were well within the statutory 1% cap.
Correct. So when you think about the statutory cap, I mean, there's a number of things that we thought through as we tried to develop the PIMs and come up with the reward structure and the penalty structure. One of those items was the 1% cap, which equates to roughly about $41 million. And as you said in our direct testimony, we were very deliberate, having no experience in this. We wanted to kind of step in slowly with a few number of PIMs that met the maximum number of policy goals. And you're exactly right. You mentioned that the maximum upside, the maximum downside was 8 million. Through the settlement, that's now been increased to 10 million. And as part of the settlement or part of the settlements, one of our PIMs, which was the low income PIM, was replaced and is now a donation. So there's actually more downside, I would say, than upside because we've removed that low income PIM and we're funding it through a donation.
So you said a couple things there. I think one of the things I want to hone in on is that 41 million number. So I'm assuming you've reviewed DEP witness Catherine Taylor's direct testimony.
I would say I'm familiar with the 41 million.
Right.
And
So
Chair Mitchell, if I may, just to make the record clear, that testimony has been adopted by Melissa Abernathy.
thank you for that. So subject to check. Actually, let me skip that. So as you mentioned, the PIM settlement basically increases the maximum upside and downside to 2 million, both on the reward side and penalty side, correct?
10 million.
Yeah. So would you agree then that the revised PIM portfolio set forth in the PIM settlement remains well within the 1% cap?
By design, yes.
Yeah. Meaning that the cap did not present an obstacle by itself to the parties agreeing to additional penalties or rewards to contain costs, promote affordability, or advance other public policy goals.
So I would say it a little differently than you just said. We knew the cap was there. Again, we wanted to step into this, to learn, to gain experience, to understand how the process works. And at the same time, we wanted to make the penalties, I'm struggling for the word.
Meaningful.
Thank you. We wanted to make the penalties meaningful and the rewards meaningful to alter the way or kind of push the way that we wanted to achieve these targets. So we do feel that the 10 million that's in here is meaningful for each of the PIMs that we've identified.
I take your point. I guess my sort of underlying point here is that the cap, at least just the cap, obviously there's other considerations. The cap alone did not prevent the parties from, perhaps agreeing to a fuel cost PIM, for example.
The cap alone did not have that. There's a lot of other, and you're getting into some of the rebuttal testimony, but there's a lot of other issues that we had with the proposed fuel PIMs that was brought up by some companies.
And I would just like to add too, as we looked at kind of what other states have done that have gone before us, and we looked at some of those other states that have implemented performance-based rate making and PIMs. And frequently what we saw in Minnesota, I think what we saw in Hawaii, is there was a long period of time where stakeholders identified metrics, and then they tracked those metrics over several years. And then they assigned financial incentive rewards or penalties to those metrics. And so you see like this long, gaining experience, gaining knowledge through the tracking, and then assigning financial incentives. And so our legislation requires that a PIM with a financial incentive tied to it be proposed right away. And so we purposely, like Mr. Stillman said, that we designed this to start off slow, to start off small, until we can gain more experience. Because we know, just like other states that kind of have gone through this very slowly and deliberately, that we have things to learn. And so you don't want to start off right at the cap, or even close to it. You want to start off with a meaningful amount, but also kind of pace yourself and allow the utility, allow the commission, allow customers to gain more experience, to learn more, and then kind of grow it more slowly and deliberately over time. And I don't know if you would add anything to that.
I wish I had said that.
Okay.
Right. I mean, similarly, the cap standing, I guess, on its own by itself did not present an obstacle to the parties agreeing to a performance incentive mechanism that incentivizes IRA cost savings.
I think I would give you the same exact response. It wasn't, the cap did not preclude it. There were a lot of other things that did.
Gotcha. And last, on that particular sort of chain of inquiry, the cap also did not present an obstacle to the parties agreeing to a PIM that incentivizes non-wires alternative projects.
So, same answer, but I also want to say, because I don't think I've said this yet, the guiding principles that Ms. Bateman talked about, what I talked about, we also wanted something that was balanced. We wanted the company to have, both the carrot and the stick. We recognize the importance of both having incentives and having penalties. So we tried to structure this in such a way that there's 10 upside, 10 downside now. That was very intentional.
And you would agree that it should be the goal of DEP's pending PBR application to better align the regulatory framework with containing costs, advancing affordability, and facilitating the achievement of public policy goals.
And I think when you take what we have here as a whole, that's exactly what you're seeing.
Yeah. No further questions.
All right, public staff.
Good afternoon, Nadia Lohr with the public staff. So I'll start with Mr. Stillman. Mr. Stillman, I have some questions concerning the power quality settlement between DEP and SIGFR that was filed in this docket on May 1st, 2023. And am I correct that you are the appropriate witness for those questions?
For the power quality part, yes.
And do you have that stipulation with you? I'm going to turn to page 3.
Okay, I am there.
Okay. So I'm just going to read quickly from subpart B on page 3. It states that the company agrees to work with SIGFR 2 to identify up to 13 industrial customer premises with DEP-owned transmission to distribution retail substations exclusively or primarily dedicated to the respective SIGFR 2 member. Subject to a feasibility review for each eligible premises, DEP agrees to install power quality monitoring technology as part of a pilot program that shall last at least 3 years and may continue beyond the initial 3-year period upon mutual agreement of SIGFR 2 and DEP. So Mr. Stillman, how long do you think that this feasibility review would take to complete?
So I'm obviously not the engineer that puts these things in. But we're told, I think in the conversations that we've had with the parties that do that work, I don't remember it being a long time period. So I couldn't tell you anything, you know, it's not gonna take years. It'll be short, much shorter than that, obviously.
So just ballpark, maybe under a year or 3 years?
It'll definitely be under a year, yes. I mean, and again, I'm thinking months, but based on my understanding of the conversations that went on.
And would you agree that the specifics of the feasibility review are not provided in the stipulation? So for example, the time interval that would be used to measure momentary outages, things like that are not included.
It is not, that does not specifically identify that, but it does talk about, you know, the parties would get together to look at what the lessons learned from the meter reads have been.
And then looking further down the page at subpart C of page 3, this subpart states that DEP agrees to collaborate in good faith with each identified SIGFR 2 member to diagnose any potential power quality issues and potentially implement solutions identified as a result of the data obtained from the power quality monitoring technology. And can you specify where on the electrical system the solutions would be implemented, or is that not known at this time?
I think that's part of the feasibility study. We have to look at the substations where the interconnections occur to see kind of the structure of that substation, to see exactly how to put this monitoring equipment in. So that's exactly what some of that feasibility study is.
Okay. And do you know the cost of the pilot that's outlined in the settlement?
So generally speaking, yes, because we've got a lot of experience with these meters. You know, I think I said earlier, there's a number of them that have been deployed on the system in different areas. We are now using these same meters at solar connected facilities, that's solar connected to our transmission facilities. And we're also, we've got a number of these meters that are installed with in a similar way with directly to a business. So, you know, if using that cost is kind of a rule of thumb, we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars. So, you know, 10, 20, $25,000 per meter. So it's roughly in that ballpark.
Okay, and going beyond the feasibility review into these potential implementation of solutions, do you have a cost estimate for those solutions?
Well, that will all depend on when the meter provides the information to kind of give us information around what's causing the power quality default. Let's call it that. So, you know, I would not be able to tell you what that cost would be, but I would be able to tell you that those lessons learned really help the whole system, because the more meters you put in, the more you're going to learn about where the power quality issues are arising. So it's not like you're only going to address that one point that meter identifies. You take those lessons learned back and use them again as we continue to strengthen the grid.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So is there any kind of cost cap in the settlement?
There's not a cost cap in the settlement.
Okay. And I'm looking at page 4, subparagraph G, and this regards cost recovery. Duke does intend to seek cost recovery on a cost of service basis. Is that correct?
Certainly, because it's gonna again help us understand the system better. It's gonna help us understand power quality issues better, and that's ultimately to the benefit of all customers.
And are you familiar with witness Guyton's direct testimony in this docket?
I am familiar with it. I could not recite it to you.
That is fine. Do you happen to have a copy of it? If not, I have an extra I can provide you.
I do not have his testimony.
Can I approach the witness? Ready, and then just Exhibit 5.
Ms. Lure, is this Guyton Direct? Okay.
And I will direct you to page 28.
Okay.
And looking at line 23 toward the bottom, witness Guyton states that to ensure consistent power quality for customers, the distribution grid needs enhanced improvements in voltage control solutions. And then at the end of the document I handed you, I have his Exhibit 5. It might be a little bit hard to read. I apologize. So the first table here on page 1 of that exhibit is titled MYRP distribution, or I'm sorry, that page at the very top says MYRP distribution project scope. And then the first table is titled Total Projected Costs by Improvement Program. Do you see that?
I see a table. I cannot read it on here, so I'll take your word.
Okay. So I'll just walk through the table. So there is a column titled Voltage Regulation. It's the third column there. And then there's a row that says projected in-service cost. All include AFUDC and contingency, except for 12 new subs, which only have AFUDC. And then if you cross-reference and go down, it has the total cost for voltage regulation as approximately $205 million for rate years 1, 2, and 3 together. Does that sound right?
Subject to check because I cannot read
Yeah.
it.
Okay, so if that subject to check over the MYRP period, DEP is already planning to make $205 million in investments in power quality. Is that right?
Based on what you just said, I would agree.
Okay, thanks. And then Ms. Bateman, I have a few questions for you as well. So Ms. Bateman, you were speaking earlier about how the MYRP fixes rates for a period of time, and you stated that DEP has the option to come in for a rate case if they are under earning. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. And during the MYRP period, the fixed rates increase each year based on a series of discrete capital investments. Yes. Okay. And during the MYRP period, the fixed rates increase each year based on a series of discrete capital investments and their associated net O&M expenses. Is that right?
Yeah, it would be the costs and benefits of the MYRP, identified MYRP projects, capital spending projects.
And if DEP is over-earning outside of a specified band for whatever reason, ratepayers are entitled to a refund for those over-earnings. Is that right?
So the earnings sharing mechanism, if we exceed 50 basis points above the allowed ROE on an adjusted basis, that excess earnings will be flowed back to customers through the earnings sharing mechanism rider, ESM rider. And there's an annual process for that.
And would you agree that if DEP's expenses during each MYRP rate year are significantly greater than the expenses that are included in the rates for each MYRP rate year, all else equal, it could reduce DEP's realized rate of return?
So you said all else equal. Yes, there are a lot of things that are not included in the MYRP that will fluctuate. But that one component would have directionally that impact.
Okay. Okay. And And would you also agree that if DEP's capital investments during each MYRP rate year are significantly greater than the capital investments that are included in the rates for each MYRP rate year, all else being equal, that it could reduce DEP's realized rate of return?
Yes, again, all else being equal, which, the other elements will not stay constant, but that one component would have that impact.
Okay. Have you reviewed public staff witness Metz's testimony in this docket?
I have reviewed it.
Okay.
But I do not have it up here.
I would like to refer you to it, and I have a copy if you would like, or if your counsel has a copy for you.
I do not have a copy with me.
And I should clarify that I have skimmed it. It's quite lengthy.
May I approach the witness? And I'm actually going to go ahead and hand you also Mr. Thomas's direct testimony.
Okay. Yes, with the exhibits, it was really long.
Agreed. Okay, so looking at Mr. Metz's testimony, I am on page 64.
Yes.
And on the bottom there's a table 8, and it's titled Overall Capital Spend, MYRP and non-MYRP. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that this table shows approximately $4 billion in capital investments that are expected to be completed during the MYRP period that will be included in rates?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm not, does it specify here whether that's system or North Carolina retail?
It does not specify here.
So yes, I will agree. I'm not sure which it is, but it's one of those two numbers.
Okay. Okay. And are you, well, let's see. And then do you see in the next column over where the table shows the non-MYRP capital investments, do you see where that says $5 billion for non-MYRP capital investments over the same period?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with witness Thomas's testimony in this docket? And
I
you
have
that?
I have skimmed it, but not in great detail.
Okay. If I can get you to turn to page 64.
I'm sorry, of Thomas's testimony?
Yes. And I'm going to read beginning on line 14. And he says, in addition, these substantial costs not included in the MYRP have the potential to foreclose the earnings sharing mechanism as envisioned in NC General Statute 62-133.16A4, C1B, and C1C1. Because DEP will be collecting revenue based upon the MYRP request, but investing significantly more capital than is included in the MYRP, it is unlikely that an annual revenue in an ESM proceeding will result in the company over-earning. Would you agree with that statement?
I see that statement, and I think that points to the risk that our framework still leaves with the utility. That there is non-MYRP capital that we expect to spend over the period. We weren't able to identify it and put it in the framework of an MYRP project that we would need to include it here. But there is additional capital that we expect to spend. There's additional inflationary pressures on O&M that we expect. There are other increases that we expect. There will be some decreases as load grows, our revenues will grow. So there are other things that will have there's negative regulatory lag and positive regulatory lag. And so I think that just leads to risk and uncertainty, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Okay. And then, Mr. Stillman, I have one more short set of questions for you. You testified as to the company's proposed PIMs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I can direct you to the public staff's cross exhibit notebook, and if you can turn to public staff potential cross exhibit 81. And this is page 781 of our PDF.
Ms. Laura, I missed where you were.
This is our potential cross exhibit 81.
Thank you.
And what page number? Oh, you weren't directing me to page number.
Not yet. So do you recognize this exhibit as a data request sent to DEP by the public staff on the topic of PIMS, and then the company's responses to that data request starting on page 6?
Yes.
Chair Mitchell, at this time, I would ask that this exhibit be marked as public staff cross-examination, Bateman, Stillman, direct, and settlement exhibit 1.
All right, the document will be so marked.
And Mr. Stillman, did you prepare the responses to this data request?
It was prepared, I was working with people to help prepare it, yes.
And I can let you take a moment to look through it, but I wanted to ask you if any of your responses to the data request would change based on anything that has occurred since you and your team prepared the responses to this data request.
So I would have to read through all 31 of them to be sure, but I don't know circumstances that would have changed, that would have caused me to change my answer at this point.
Okay, thank you. And those are all my questions.
All right, at this point, we will take our afternoon break. We'll go off the record. We'll be back on at 3:30.
Yeah.
Those were all the questions I had.
All right. Had you finished already and I just forgotten that? I'm sorry, my apologies. All right. Thank you for being so polite. All right. Redirect.
Yes, thank you. I apologize, Mr. Stillman, but all of my questions are going to be directed to Ms. Bateman. So Ms. Bateman, I'd like to circle back on just a couple of topics that were raised on cross. So let's start with the company's proposal to exclude EV sales from the decoupling and earnings sharing mechanism.
Yes.
And earlier, Mr. Moore from the AGO's office asked you a few questions about the company's methodology for calculating EV sales. And I think he walked you through some data supplied by the DOT.
Correct.
Now, in asking those questions, Mr. Moore did not suggest that the company is not permitted by the PBR statute or the rules implementing PBR, that the company is not authorized to exclude EV sales, correct?
Correct.
And has the AGO's office offered or proposed an alternative way to calculate EV revenues?
No, not to my knowledge.
And I think we've discussed today that the settlement that the company entered into with public staff and SICFR provided a provision where the company committed to work with public staff to continue to refine its methodology, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And the company is committed to, in fact, doing so.
Yes.
So switching subjects, I'd like to ask you about the discussion you had with counsel for KUKA and the NCJC related to risk mitigating mechanisms and how North Carolina's framework compares to other jurisdictions. I think you testified that it's important to consider the totality of the mechanisms when assessing risk. Is that correct?
Correct.
And did you perform a review of risk mitigating mechanisms in other jurisdictions?
Yes, I did.
And were those findings included in some responses to discovery served by SICFR?
Yes.
So at this time, I'd like to refer to what was filed as DEP potential cross exhibit number 7. Do you have a copy of that, Ms. Bateman?
Yes, I do.
And at this time, I would like to mark this as DEP redirect Bateman Stillman direct and settlement exhibit number 1. If I could do so.
All right, just to make sure we're looking at the same document, it's Duke's response to SIGFR 2 data request.
Yes,
Okay.
SICFR's 6th data set.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, the document will be marked as requested by council.
Thank you. And Ms. Bateman, did you prepare or were you involved in preparing these responses?
Yes, I was.
And if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to just walk through some of these responses with you.
Okay.
So in response to request 6-4, that question asked if it was your opinion that North Carolina's framework places more risk with the utility than the frameworks in other states. And I'd like you just to briefly explain your response to that request.
Yes. So I believe they asked for specific examples. And so the first example that I provide is states with formula rates. So formula rate allows the utility to true up its actual costs as long as they're prudently incurred and pass those costs on to customers. Whereas under a multi-year rate plan or other framework, particularly the framework in North Carolina, that true-up mechanism does not exist. And so states that have approved formula rates for electric utilities include Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Illinois, and Arkansas. And then I think I also note that some jurisdictions, they call it a multi-year rate plan, but it has a reconciling and a symmetrical reconciliation to actual costs. And so it functions more like a formula rate, and that would include DC and Maryland. And then some states have multi-year rate plans that provide for explicit compensation for both O&M and capital cost growth. Whereas in North Carolina, it's only the capital associated with the multi-year rate plans. And in my discussion with public staff attorney, she pointed out that there is some capital that we are projecting to spend over the next 3 years that is not part of the MYRP. And then there's the MYRP capital. So some states allow you to kind of fully forecast out or assign escalators to all capital and all O&M, whereas North Carolina's framework is more limited. And then, of course, the earnings sharing mechanism. I discussed some of those states where the earnings sharing mechanism either there is no earnings sharing mechanism, and some examples of that include, and I'm flipping to probably getting ahead. I'm on to 6-6, that response. Maybe I should go back to 6-5. The fully forecasted test year, or the states that allow for a more comprehensive forecast of cost or escalation of costs. Those states would include the states that allow for escalation of both O&M and capital, include California, Colorado, Connecticut, Georgia, Hawaii, Maine, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New York, North Dakota, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Washington. And then lastly, the earnings sharing mechanism, the states that either don't have an earnings sharing mechanism, that includes Arizona, California, Florida, and Minnesota. The states that have earnings sharing but do not have any cap on over earnings, meaning there's no point at which the utility has to share 100% of the earnings with customers. That includes Connecticut, Georgia, Hawaii, Maine, Massachusetts, New York, North Dakota, Rhode Island, and Washington. Some states have an earnings sharing mechanism, an approved MYRP with an earnings sharing mechanism, and a cap on the over earnings, but the band is wider than it is in North Carolina, and that includes Iowa, Louisiana, Ohio, and Vermont. And so those are the states that we listed in this data response. And then I did do a more comprehensive view, kind of what's the totality of the mechanisms in other states. And first I looked at the proxy group that Dr. Moran used. And in that proxy group of those companies, 9 of them operate in at least one of their jurisdictions, have a multi-year rate plan. 5 of them have retail formula rates. 20 of them have forward test years. And this is of the 23. 14 operate in at least one jurisdiction with a wires infrastructure capital cost tracker. 14 have a generation capital cost tracker. And 8 have a revenue decoupling mechanism. And so that's of the 23 companies, but then if you expand it out to the 50 states, or 51 if you include District of Columbia. I put this in my testimony based on the NERP proceedings, but we've updated those numbers. And so for a forward test year, there's now 31 states that have a forward test year. For states that either have an MYRP or a formula rate, there's a total of 30 states either allow for one or both of those mechanisms. There's 28 states that allow for trackers for grid or other capital investments, significant capital investments. And there's 23 states that have some form of decoupling in place. And I heard Mr. Freeman from Public Staff ask Dr. Moran kind of why he didn't do a map. And so when I heard that, I was like, well, let me do a map and see what it looks like. And so I did a map, and it looks very colorful. There's a lot of color in here. There are only 4 states that don't have at least one of those mechanisms that I just talked about in place. There are all but, well, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states that their only mechanism is a future test year. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states that only have capital trackers in place. So all of the rest, more than half of the states in the country, have 2 or more of these mechanisms in place. And so I do not think that North Carolina is an outlier at all. If you think about those mechanisms, we have 2. We have decoupling and we have multi-year rate plans. And so I don't think there's anything about North Carolina that stands out in terms of making us less risky than other states in terms of the regulatory framework that we have in place. There are examples like Massachusetts. I talked about how they have a multi-year rate plan, they have a capital tracker, and they have decoupling. If I think about Minnesota, they allow for multi-year rate plans, and then they also have decoupling. They have decoupling for all customer classes. That's something that we didn't talk about, but North Carolina only has it for residential customers. And I think during one of the cross examinations, one of the attorneys pointed out that the residential revenue makes up about 53% of DEP's revenue. And so 53% of our revenue is decoupled under this mechanism, but the rest isn't. Some states have all customer classes decoupled. Some states have residential plus small commercial and industrial. So based on this review, I don't think there's anything that makes North Carolina less risky in terms of the regulatory framework than other states on average across the country.
Well, thank you, Ms. Bateman. That was an incredibly comprehensive response, and you just cut my redirect time down significantly. So no further questions. Thank you.
All right, we will go to questions from commissioners. Ms. Bateman, I have a few for you. I'm just following on the question from your counsel on redirect. What can you tell me, if anything, about risks that your company faces that are specific to North Carolina or specific to the Carolinas?
Yeah, so I think there's several. And so I'll just start talking about ones that come to mind, but I'm sure I will miss some. So I would think about HB 951 and the carbon plan and the transition, the carbon reductions and the transition to cleaner energy that imposes significant risk on the company over the next, time period as we build and transition to cleaner energy. There's investment risk, there's technology risk, there's operating a system with new generation, new types of generation, increasing amounts of solar. There's retiring the coal plants and trying to get that retirement just right. And I've heard Witness Turner talk about, trying to get it just perfect where you're spending just the right amount of capital and just the right amount of, really investment in the plant so that you can keep them running reliably, but not overinvest so that you have stranded costs at the end, or that you have, costs that you didn't need to spend. So I would say that there's risk there. And then also along with that, we discussed this in the carbon plan, and I think Ms. Kress cross-examined or asked me a few questions on this, that, there's the risk that we operate a dual state system. So we have a North Carolina carbon plan goal, and we operate systems for both DEP and DEC that span 2 states. And so I think there's risk involved with that. I will talk about fuel as another risk that we have. Some states allow for more frequent updates of fuel costs. North Carolina, we can update our fuel costs once a year. There's a very specified time, and I don't believe that there's an opportunity to do interim rate adjustments for fuel. And so that has led to, currently we have filed our DEC fuel filing, and the commission has seen that there's $1 billion on the company's books of under-recovered fuel costs that have built up and that we have been financing that. We don't request financing costs on those from customers, so our shareholders have been bearing those financing costs over this period. And so I think that's, risk that's somewhat unique to North Carolina. Not that there's other states that don't have that, but some states do allow for those interim rate adjustments. I think with the regulatory framework, I do think HB 951, the PBR framework is one of, I think it's a great framework, and I think it's a very customer-friendly framework. I think I talked through some of those provisions that have been added. We've got the caps on the rate increases, you have the earnings sharing mechanism, you have the very kind of narrow scope, and the utility still managing the risk of all of the other costs that aren't included in the MYRP. And then you've got provisions, and I think I read that one where the commission can at any time, if somehow things get off base or because this being all new, we got something wrong in this initial framework, the commission has the option to initiate a proceeding at any point to make changes to either the rates or the PIMs. So I think there's very strong customer protections in place in our PBR framework. There's weather, there's storms that we have that are maybe more muted or less extreme in other parts of the country. So I would say that those are just a few of the risks off the top of my head.
What about operational risks? I mean, I recognize you're in the rates are your purview, but talk some about the operational challenges that you all are having to navigate now and looking forward.
Well, I mentioned the coal plants and, how do you operate those reliably, but also having, near-term and uncertain retirement dates and having to transition all of that generation, I think is a risk that our operations folks have to deal with. And not being an engineer or as involved in the operations.
Well, would you agree with me that in planning for and investing in the system, sort of looking out 3 years and then beyond that, you all are going to have to make very specific types of investment in generating plant and in wires over very specific periods of time. And you are also going to have to be able to ensure, at the same time, ensure the reliable operation of your system, which becomes increasingly challenging as you're taking certain assets offline and integrating other types of assets, as well as responding to load patterns that deviate from historical usage patterns. Do you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. And especially with the increase in non-dispatchable generation. I know that's a concern. As we increase the non-dispatchable generation, there is risk to making sure that we are operating the system reliably. I know we're going to have batteries added over the next time horizon, and just with newer technology, there's risk and execution risk around that. So I would agree with that statement.
And is it also a fair statement that, as dynamics on the electric system, the bulk electric system change and dependencies between the natural gas wholesale market and the electric systems increase and become, those interdependencies become more complicated, the company's efforts to ensure reliability going forward are also going to become, or it is going to become more complicated for the company to ensure reliable service during certain periods of stress on the electric system going forward.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think that is very much on the minds of our system operators.
And is there anything that's unique to North Carolina about that, those sort of that complicated dynamic of ensuring reliability during times of stress on the electric and natural gas systems? And by natural gas, I mean both production and transportation.
So I'm probably not the best witness. I do
Okay.
think there's probably, some transportation risk around natural gas and limited accessibility, but I'm probably not.
And that's fair. And I recognize that you are not the operational expert, and I'm not asking you to get outside your comfort zone. I'm just trying to understand risks that are specific to North Carolina that this company is going to have to navigate going forward to ensure the reliable operation of the system and to ensure that it's, in a position to make investments and access capital when it has to ensure that service is provided to its customers.
Yeah.
All right. I think you were in the room when I asked Mr. Maley about Woodfin Solar.
Yes.
Can you help me understand? We're not clear on the situation with Woodfin. Is it in the base rates or will it be in rate year one?
So it's actually not in either.
Okay.
And I can explain that. So originally we thought Woodfin Solar was going to go in service before March 2023. And so we thought it was going to be in the base case. And so we did not include it in the MYRP. And we had agreed with the public staff to not make any updates to the MYRP projects after, I think, our February update, our first supplemental update. And I think at the time of that update, we still thought it was going to go in service by March. And so we didn't move it to the MYRP, and it did not go in service in March. And so it's not in either. I think it's projected to go in service this fall, but we will not be getting any rate recovery for that until the next multi-year rate plan.
Okay, so at present, none of the costs associated with Woodfin are reflected in revenue requirements, either base or 1, 2, or 3.
That is correct.
Okay. The practical implication then is it's in service and it's depreciating, and so the company eats that. The company covers that depreciation until you're able to get it into the revenue requirement.
That will just be part of the regulatory lag that we experience.
Okay. Okay. All right. We're interested in sort of this period of time between end of test year and the commencement of year one. So will you confirm for me that all of the capital projects with an in-service date that fall between April 1, 23 and the end of September 23 are in rate year one for cost recovery purposes?
So I wouldn't say all of the projects that go in service during that period are in the MYRP period, but there are some projects that go in service in that period that are in MYRP rate year one.
Okay. Okay.
And then some that aren't included in the MYRP at all.
Okay. So does the company consider there to be this gap in time between the end of the test year and rate year one? Or have you all worked through that issue sort of with public staff?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can't speak for the public staff, but our interpretation of the statute is that, I don't think there was ever an intention to exclude projects during a certain time period. So for this case, April through September, and to give the utility an disincentive to place any capital in service during a arbitrary window. And so I think it's a reasonable interpretation of the statute that if a project is not in service, or is not included in the base case or in the traditional rate case, and it will be in service during multi-year rate plan, rate year one, that it can be included in that rate year one. So I think that's a reasonable interpretation of the statute. I think it was probably the intention of the statute not to leave some arbitrary unrecovered window. And then also I would just point out that I think it promotes regulatory efficiency, because I think we have probably experienced in this case, we had a capital cutoff date of March, and we filed our third supplemental testimony. And I think the public staff still hasn't filed their response or audit of that third supplemental update. So you have this like kind of pancaking, and it gets pretty late in the process. If you don't have this kind of period where you can't include projects, I think it puts less pressure on that capital cutoff date to be so late in the process. So I think there can be more regulatory efficiencies as well with our interpretation of the statute.
Okay, so then help me, and I may just not be understanding, you might need to walk through Woodfin with me again, but why couldn't Woodfin come in rate year one if it's going to be, if you anticipate it's being in service during rate year one?
So I think it could, but it was just a timing issue. We had agreed to not update the MYRP after a certain date, and the in-service date of Woodfin slipped after that. And so, we felt like we should keep our commitment to not make changes after that February date that we agreed to with the public staff. And so it was kind of too late for us to include it.
Okay, do you mean March, the end of March?
So no, we had actually, so there's two separate things here. So in the base rate case, the capital cutoff period is March. We had, and maybe this was just informally with the public staff, with the updates to the multi-year rate plan projects, just from their ability to audit those, and they thoroughly audited those capital spending projects. To enable them to do that, we agreed to not make any changes to the projects to not add any new projects or not change any projects after our first supplemental update, which was made in February.
Okay. So that agreement was as to the multi-year rate plan project.
Exactly.
Understood. Okay.
Exactly. And so we didn't know that the project was going to miss the March capital cutoff until after that period, after that time period where we had agreed not to make any more changes to the multi-year rate plan projects.
Do you know, so sticking with Woodfin, do you know what is the value of the depreciation that will occur up to the point when you get into rates or into the revenue requirement? I mean, how much? Do you understand my, okay.
Yes, I don't have that exact calculation, but I think the project is about $50 million. So just a quick back of the envelope rule of thumb, it might be about $3 million a year.
Three per year.
Yes.
Okay.
Like 9 million.
Okay. So, witnesses Bowman and Jiggets both testified about the update situation, and you've just given you've given helpful explanation just a minute ago. And I don't remember, I think may have provided some testimony on the update situation in your rebuttal. But can you walk me through the update situation, kind of start to finish? And this would be on the base rates. And if you want me to point you to Ms. Bowman's testimony where she outlined what the issue as the company perceives it, it would be helpful for me. I can do that, but I just want to hear from the company's perspective, again, what its view of the update situation is and the public staff's participation in the update.
And so maybe it would be helpful.
Okay.
if
Do you have
kind of-
Bowman rebuttal in front of you?
I think I actually do. Yes, I do.
Okay. Let me get there. Okay, turn to, Bowman rebuttal, page 18.
Okay.
And, see the question that is, did the public staff's testimony take into account the two updates already submitted? And then please elaborate. Are you familiar with this testimony?
Yes.
Okay, so can you just walk me through the situation? Then I will ask the same thing of the public staff. So I'm hoping Ms. Boswell is listening somewhere.
Yes. And I think this is resolved, but I think we wanted to be sure to get it in the record.
Okay.
And so when we saw the public staff's testimony initially, they had started with our application and then done reduction, and then made reductions to that and started with plant as of December, not through March, and made reductions to that. And so it was very confusing because we had filed first and second supplemental testimony at that point. And there was a statement in their testimony that because I think because we had said it was informational only, or there was something about the way that we had marked it, or a question in the testimony that they would only consider it when formally requested by the company. And I think that Q&A maybe was a little confusing, but it was the same Q&A that we had had in all of our previous supplemental testimonies. So we didn't intend for the public staff to treat our supplementals in this case any differently. And I think that's been resolved, because if you look at the public staff's supplemental testimony that was filed, in that testimony, they include, it was the supplemental and partial settlement testimony for the accounting witnesses. In that testimony, they take the application and then include the company's first and second supplemental updates and then make their adjustments. They still have not filed testimony, but I think they intend to, that will include the first, second, and third supplemental updates and then make their adjustments. So it's more of a timing and maybe a little just confusing for the process that we don't yet have the public staff's testimony with first, second, third supplemental updates, and then their reductions with that full plant through March. What they've filed to date is only through February. So it's not really a full picture of even their position on the revenue requirements at this point.
Okay. And do you have, again, I'm going to ask the public staff this question. So I'm not asking you to speak for the public staff, but what do you know about why this process has been, the timing has been complicated or delayed? And I don't use that word in trying to be critical of anyone. I'm just trying to figure out why there's a lag in the public staff's ability to get the updates done so that the company can have the benefit of the public staff's position.
Yeah, so I think you should definitely ask the public staff that. I know in the last rate case, set of rate cases, we did have the situation where the public staff filed testimony, but then also filed supplemental testimony on like a later update. So this isn't the first time that this has happened. I do think it was the first time that the plant was cut off earlier, because we include a projection of plant through March right in our application. And so I think what took us by surprise is the fact that they completely removed that plant rather than leave the estimate in there until we could update it with projections.
Okay. Is the scope of the update that the company provides, is that the same? Is it the same, or is it consistent with the updates that the company has provided in previous rate cases?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not like this case, you all provided a significant amount of information that you might not have otherwise provided in a previous rate case?
No, I would say it's pretty consistent with the items that we have updated in prior cases. So plant, labor, inflation, debt rate, kind of the normal customer growth, the normal categories.
Okay. All right. But But your understanding is at least as to January and February, the public staff has worked its way through those updates. Okay. And you all have the benefit of their positions on those updates. Okay.
Yes.
Let's see. Can you, Ms. Lohr had you, Ms. Lohr pointed to portions of public staff witness Metz's testimony that referred to the non-multi-year capital spend. And you testified that there is some planned capital investment that you all couldn't fit into the multi-year rate plan sort of categories or definitions. Can you help me understand why that is and give me a sense of what kind of capital spend that is?
Yes. So we budget capital a lot of times based on prior experience. Like we know we're going to have to spend, X $100 million to maintain the coal plants or to maintain the gas plants or to, there's normal distribution capital that we know, like we typically spend this much money. But at this point in time, over the next 3 years, we don't have line of sight into the specific projects that we're going to spend that capital on. And so if you think about a multi-year rate plan project, there's specific filing requirements that we have to provide, specific information that we need to provide to the commission about those projects. And if we don't have that information or we don't have that capital grouped into projects with enough definition to provide that level of information, then we can't include it in the MYRP.
Okay, so that then that capital spend will occur, and when will you recover? When will the company seek to recover that capital investment?
That would go into the next rate case. And I do want to, I spoke a little bit to this in my direct testimony because I just want to be clear on kind of how, in my mind, I think it's going to work. And so I'm looking at page 12 and probably 13 of my direct testimony. And the question, does an MYRP decrease risk for the utility at the expense of customers? And of course, I answered not on balance. But I specifically reference, for instance, and I'm at line 20. For instance, projected increases in interest rates, inflationary increases in operating and maintenance O&M expenses, and future capital spending not related to the discrete MYRP projects cannot be included in the MYRP revenue increases. So I kind of called it out as something that would not be included in the MYRP revenue increases, and therefore must be managed by DEP during the MYRP. And then I give some examples of, inflation and other items that might change over the period. But then on page 13, I think this is where I hit it, line 10, the utility must continue to manage cost increases in O&M, general taxes, materials and supplies, and depreciation. And I would add kind of capital additions that aren't part of MYRP projects and other cost increases, that we have to manage those negative regulatory lag items with the positive regulatory lag, that we need to make sure that those do not exceed increases in revenue from load growth, decreases in rate base from depreciation of existing assets, and other cost decreases. So this is the positive regulatory lag that the company would expect to experience over the MYRP period. We will have load growth, we will have depreciation of existing assets and rate base, and to the extent that there's any other cost decreases, that's positive regulatory lag. That the hope is that will offset the negative regulatory lag from the non-MYRP capital, inflationary pressure on O&M, increases in property tax, materials and supplies, depreciation on non-MYRP, capital, and other cost increases.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. And so, to the extent though that there is capital investment, then would this be the case? Would it be the case that the investment would go into service and it would begin depreciating? And so then it would go in, once it's in the revenue requirement, it's already depreciated to a certain extent.
Yeah, so
Okay.
even if it's non-MYRP capital and it's not in the revenue requirement, when we place it in service, it
Mhm.
would still start depreciating just like any other asset. And, you know, it would be included on our earnings sharing mechanism. So it would go into that calculation, the depreciation expense, the rate base impact of the item going into service. But it wouldn't be reflected in customer rates discretely until the next MYRP.
Okay, I'm with you now. Thank you for that explanation. Okay, let's see. I want to ask you a few questions about taxes.
no.
And I recognize you're not the operational expert and you're not the taxes expert, but you're getting the questions.
Okay.
So we have confidence that you can answer them. All right. So the company is planning on sort of, I'm just speaking generally now, deferring the impacts of the IRA, where the company can realize some benefits there. So I just want to make sure that we understand what's going on here. So the deferral will capture potential cost savings for DEP in the form of tax credits, as well as any expenses incurred to monetize the tax credits and the corporate alternative minimum tax. Is that correct?
So so I know we are seeking to defer the benefits of the IRA tax credits net of the costs.
Mm-hmm.
Can you repeat that last part?
Yes. So the deferral will capture potential cost savings in the form of tax credits, as well as expenses incurred to monetize the tax credits and the corporate alternative minimum tax.
Yes, yes. So that is I was just blanking out on that is an impact of the IRA.
Okay, help me understand the impact of the corporate alternative minimum tax.
And so that is something that I hope is addressed in Mr. Paniza's testimony, but my super high level understanding of it is that that could be additional cost imposed on the company as a result of the IRA for that provision.
Okay, and so that's an issue to be determined.
I believe that is correct.
Okay.
And Ms. Bateman is correct. It is addressed in witness Paniza's testimony.
Okay. Well, we have excused him, so Ms. Bateman is taking these questions. And Ms. Bateman, again, I recognize you're not Mr. Paniza here, but is the company's understanding that tax provisions associated with the IRA or provided for in the IRA will benefit customers, that it will be a net benefit to customers?
Yes, that is my understanding.
And we will address all of the impacts of the IRA tax provisions in the next rate case.
Yes.
Okay. Does the deferral capture any tax benefits for multi-year rate plan projects?
Yes. And so so what we've included in the MYRP is an estimate of the benefits for the for the MYRP projects. We've included an estimate of the benefits. For non-MYRP projects, any benefits of the IRA kind of net of the costs would be captured in the deferral.
So they'll go in as well to the deferral. Okay, thank you. Okay. Production tax credits for existing facilities. So these would non-multi-year rate plan projects.
Yes.
We spoke about a potential, yes, I guess that was a couple of days ago now, the Hot Springs project. I think that was it. To the extent that there are production tax credits that would apply to existing facilities. Was the plan to include those in the deferral?
If they are IRA
Okay.
tax credits, so I can't remember if Hot Springs was, I know Ms. Abernathy kind of outlined and Mr. Panizza might have hit it too, that there were some tax credits that are IRA related, and then there's some tax credits that were maybe pre-existing that aren't related to the IRA. And I can't remember which category Hot Springs fell in, but if it's related to the IRA, it would be captured in the deferral.
Okay. All right, let me check my notes. Okay, I think that's it for me. Let me see if there are questions from others. Commissioner Brownbland? Commissioner Clodfelter?
Ms. Bateman, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your very helpful discussion with Chair Mitchell about what I will refer to for shorthand as the non-MYRP capital spend. So that was very helpful and shortened some questions that I was wanting to ask. But I want to deal with a couple of loose ends. So as I captured your answers and I want to summarize, and you be sure I got the summary right. We've got a one-off project, Woodfin, that's not in the MYRP. We've got, I thought I heard you say that there are also some projects that may be closed and go into service between the end of the update period and September. Some got into year one, but some did not. Did I hear you right on that?
Yes.
Can you tell me what the size of that bucket is of those that didn't get in?
I'm sorry, I don't have that.
It's not really important. I just wanted to see if you could. There's a third category you discussed with Chair Mitchell, and those are projects that are at this point not yet sufficiently discrete and defined to meet the statutory requirement for being included in the MYRP. That's the third category, right?
Yeah, I think I phrased it as we didn't have the information that would be required to kind of meet the filing requirements.
I understood you. That's right. And those are that they'd be discrete and defined and so forth. Is there a fourth category, and that would be projects that maybe you're incurring capital spending on, but they won't go into service and be used and useful within the 3-year period? You may be accruing AFUDC on those projects, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And is there a fourth category that I've described?
Well, not over the next 3 years,
Well, no.
but of course, the new generation over the limit.
Are there any other categories we've missed?
I think that's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. During the questioning, and I think it was Ms. Lure, but I may be wrong. There was some discussion of this topic about non-MYRP capital spend. That's, again, my shorthand. And there was a number being thrown around about somebody thought that might be as large as $5 billion.
So I think it was in.
Yeah, no, I want to hear her say it. I know.
She might be able to help me with the page of the table, flipping back to it.
I think so.
Yeah, if I can help, it's page 64 of Witness Metz's testimony, table 8.
Yes.
It's not so important that you have the direct testimony in front of you. I just really want to ask you this question.
Yeah.
Is the aggregate of the categories that we just walked through of non-MYRP capital spend, is the aggregate of that truly $5 billion over the next 3 years?
I mean, yes, according to this data request, I would say yes. And, I will point out too, I think we, for the commission's filing requirements, we did kind of a more holistic forecast of the next 3 years where we included both the MYRP capital and the non-MYRP capital and kind of all of the O&M cost increase expectations along with the load growth expectations. And so we did file that in this docket as one of the commission's requirements. And I think we saw, I mean, you can look at the numbers, but I think the ROEs kind of, slowly decline over the MYRP period, but stay within a reasonable range.
Thank you. I just want to do, as I say, some cleanup. Another high-level question that I need to ask you because it needs to be asked at least once during the course of the rate case. The statute requires that we consider not only how the multi-year rate plan affects risks to the company, but how it affects risks to the ratepayers. And at some point, you've been asked a lot of questions about how the plan affects the risks to the company, but at some point, you need to tell us a little bit about your view of how it may or may not affect the risk profile to the ratepayers. Since we have to consider that under the statute, do you have anything you want to say on that topic?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. And I think, I'm pretty excited about this framework and this change in North Carolina. So I think performance-based rate making is beneficial to customers. And if, again, I'll stress that, this came out in the governor's clean energy plan where he initiated a stakeholder process. That stakeholder process, NERP, included many customer groups, and many customer groups were advocates for performance-based rate making. And I think one of the benefits is that it aligns the utilities' financial incentives with positive outcomes for the customers. And so I think that alignment is really beneficial for our customers, especially in the long term. So I was going to give an example of kind of the one of the PIMs that we're proposing, the peak load reduction PIM. If you think about the natural incentives for utilities under traditional rate making, that utilities increase earnings as they increase capital investments. And I think one of the witnesses in this docket referred to that as the CapEx bias. And I think even in the NERP documentation, we call that the CapEx bias, where that natural incentive under traditional rate making may or may not be in the best interest of customers. Under performance-based rate making, we have an opportunity to introduce an incentive that offsets that. And so if you think about our peak load reduction PIM, that incents innovative and creative and maybe more aggressive rate design to reduce the peak load. And if we can reduce the peak load, then we can build less generation, which should save customers money. But under traditional rate making, the utility gets less earnings or has a disincentive to do that. Under performance-based rate making, we can offset that with a PIM and therefore make the utility kind of financially neutral and more incented to save customers money. And I think that's just one example. I think overall kind of the framework is the goal is to align the utilities incentives with positive outcomes for our customers. And I think in the long run, that's really good for customers. In terms of protections or decreased risk to our customers, it sets some certainty in place for what's the rate increase over the next 3 years. Now, obviously, it doesn't include fuel. I know that's a big volatile piece, but for the base rate component, there's some certainty there. And I think another benefit is the earnings sharing mechanism that I've mentioned. Never before, if the utility over-earned, the commission could call us in for a rate case to change rates prospectively. But my understanding is the commission has said in its own orders that it didn't feel like it had the ability to claw back and kind of it would constitute retroactive rate making to claw back and issue refunds when the company over-earns. But now, going forward, if it's more than 50 basis points, that money can be returned to customers. So I think that's a positive outcome for customers. I'm looking at my list to see what else there might be in here. I think the provision about the commission being able to, at any point, for good cause, initiate a proceeding during the plan period to initiate a proceeding to change the rates or the PIMs, I think is an important protection that customer groups through the NERP process, that language was actually in the NERP version of the legislation, thought was important to include. And so I think that's something that's in there that's important for customers. The caps, I think, was something that was important for customers on rate increases. I think those are a few of the items that I would list.
Thank you for the answer. Let me ask you this, just so we close out the topic, at least with respect to your testimony. Is there any respect in which you think that the multi-year rate plan as proposed might increase risks to ratepayers relative to traditional historical test year rate making? Anything you can identify that might offset the benefits you've identified that might work in the other direction?
In terms of increasing risk to customers, I can't think of anything. Because, you know, we under traditional rate making, we can file multiple rate cases. There could be increased regulatory cost. And so I'm sure there are others in this proceeding that will think of something, but I can't think of any.
They'll speak for themselves. I just want to be sure that we ask the company the question
Yes.
because we're obliged to consider it under the statute. Let me move to my last topic, and it's one that Ms. Hager directed me to you on.
Yes, I saw that.
I think you know what it is. I'm going to say the subject matter of these questions relates to the subject of the stipulation relating to the allocation of demand costs for production and transmission. I'll call that the stipulation because there's so many stipulations running around now that when I talk about stipulation in these questions, that's the one I'm talking about. You're familiar with that one?
Yes.
Ms. Hager said you had some hand in perhaps bringing that to fruition.
Well, I wouldn't state it like that. I would say from the company's, I would say from the company's perspective, I was involved with that. But I also think the other two parties, SIGFR and public staff, were very engaged and instrumental in that settlement.
You were the principal representative of the company in putting that stipulation together?
For Duke, yes.
For Duke, okay. I have a memory, and it's a memory of what I've been told because it predates my time here. But I have a memory, I've been told that at some point in time in the past, Duke Energy Progress or demand-related costs, production demand-related costs, specifically production demand-related costs. At some point in time, Duke Energy Progress used the summer-winter peak and average method of cost allocation among customer classes. Is that correct?
Yes.
When did that happen? When did that occur? Over what period of time?
So I'm not sure when it started, but I can go back to 1988. So in our 1988 rate case, I know the company proposed a 12 CP allocation methodology, and the commission ruled that we should instead use summer, winter, peak, and average. And so from 1988, then we didn't have another rate case until 2012. So during that period, we used summer, winter, peak, and average.
And in 2012, the company changed that.
The company proposed a single CP in that, a single summer CP in that 2012 rate case, and that was approved.
And do you know why that change was made? Why did the company deem that it was appropriate to make that change away from summer, winter, peak, and average to single coincident peak?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, in 1988, we didn't support the summer, winter, peak, and average either. So we went from proposing 12 CP to summer, single summer CP. And I do not know. I think it must have had to do with our kind of load shape and the peaks on the system at the time.
The company considered that using the coincident peak method, whether it was single, double, 4, or 12 coincident peak method of allocation among customer classes was a better method than using a methodology that had an energy component, the average energy usage?
I would say in both of those cases, yes.
And what has changed since that time?
I think the settlement is a settlement. And so I think probably no party in the settlement got exactly what they wanted or what they would propose if they were outside of a settlement. But I think that's one of the beauties of the settlement is that the parties were able to come together and reach a compromise position, at least for these two rate cases, the set of rate cases that the parties felt was fair and reasonable in the context of the settlement.
Left to its own devices, would the company have chosen to recommend a change away from a coincident peak methodology? in the absence of the settlement?
I think that's really hard to answer since we do have a settlement and the settlement was reached pretty early in the process or before we filed this case.
Before the rate case was filed.
Yes.
It's a partial settlement.
It settles just that one issue.
And with fewer than all the parties.
Yes, yes.
In connection with considering whether or not to enter into the settlement, did the company take a look at what impact that change in allocation methodology might have with respect to the different rate classes?
Yes. So I would say kind of the year before that settlement, we engaged in that comprehensive or that cost allocation study, looking at the different production demand allocators. And that was with a broader group of stakeholders that participated in that. And so we looked at various production demand allocation methodologies in that process. And we filed a report with this commission at the end of that year, and we attached exhibits, and they showed kind of the differential of what each methodology did to each customer class for both DEC and DEP. So I think the answer is yes, we did look at that and included that in our report to this commission.
And apologies, I've read the basic text of the report, but I haven't gone into the attachments and all the schedules. Do the schedules include an analysis of the differential allocations using 12 CP for the customer class allocation of production demand costs? Do they include a schedule of that?
Yes.
Do they include a schedule showing the allocation of production demand costs among the customer classes using a summer, winter, peak, and average methodology?
Yes.
And do they show using a single coincident peak
Yes.
methodology?
Yes, both summer and winter.
And then they show the methodology used in the settlement.
So I don't know that we had specifically had the settlement because the settlement has kind of the two components, the 12 CP and then the average and excess, but it does have for among the retail classes, it has summer and winter single CP. And then I think it has a 4 CP, and then it has two different average and excesses. And one is labeled like the Dominion method. And that's kind of the method that made it into the settlement. And then it's summer, winter, peak, and average. And then it's the base intermediate peaking methodology.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Hager told me that in South Carolina, the final outcome of the most recent general rate case for progress was that the final outcome was jurisdictional allocation of production demand costs using 12 CP and using 12C also for the class allocation of that production demand cost, correct?
Yes.
Was that a litigated outcome or a settled outcome?
There was no settlement before we filed.
Okay.
So no kind of pre-filing settlement. So that's what we filed, absent a settlement in that jurisdiction. And maybe that answers your earlier question. But then we did settle. There was a full comprehensive, all parties, all issues settlement in that case. And so it was a settled item by the time we got to the hearing.
The time hearing, okay.
There were no changes to what we proposed.
Give me just 1 second. And I think I may be done on that. One more question, Ms. Hager. I asked Ms. Hager a question about the shift in the allocation methodology for the fuel rider for purchase power cost. And I asked her whether that shift was likely to make any noticeable impact upon the residential rate class. She said she did not think it would do so, but she suggested I might also ask the same question of you. Can you confirm her answer?
Yes, I would agree with that. It's a very small difference between production demand and production plant. And really the reason for the recommendation is one, it's a better allocation methodology, but probably what's driving it more is an administrative process efficiency. And so if you think production demand is an input into the cost of service and production plant is an output from it. And then particularly for DEC, the fuel customer class categories are residential, commercial, and industrial, but the cost of service customer class categories are not. And so we have like OPTV categories on the DEC cost of service study for large, medium, small, medium, large, and then I think primary connected, secondary connected, and transmission connected. So you've got 7 different categories for the OPTV. In order to get a production plant allocator that you can then use for commercial and industrial in the fuel clause, you have to maintain an additional like 14 categories in that cost of service study. And so there's just a process efficiency by moving to production demand. And then on top of that, I just think it's a better allocator because production plant for DEP would include stuff like the Harris disallowance, and that has nothing to do with the purchase power cost that you're trying to allocate.
Okay. Thank you for your time, Ms. Bateman.
Good afternoon. Most of my questions have been asked and answered, but I did want to follow up with the map that you prepared.
Yes.
And did you prepare this map just because of intellectual curiosity, or were you wanting to file it as a late filed exhibit?
So I guess maybe a little bit of both. I was initially curious, and I certainly would be happy to file it.
So do you think it would be helpful for the commissioners to see it? See the map?
so.
Okay, I'd request that as a late filed exhibit. Second, if we could, I spoke with Ms. Jiggets about the inflation methodology, and we talked about the last 3 rate cases, but you mentioned the 1988 rate case where there might have been some inflation issues in that case. And I was just wondering, was the same methodology used for the DEP 1988 rate case?
So I do not know. I do not know the answer to that. I probably should. I have reviewed that case.
If you could look at that and we
yeah.
come back on rebuttal.
I will. And I just wanted to stress, I mean, I think this came across in her testimony, but we've inflated the cost to what they would have been as of March of 2023 under the public staff's recommendation. You would have to assume that costs are going to decrease between March of 2023 and when rates go into effect. So you'd have to assume deflation for their recommendation to be appropriate. And I think all of the cost forecasts that the public staff put in front of witness Jiggets, none of them showed projected deflation or expectations of deflation.
And then, so with respect to the rate case expenses, some witnesses were asked, company witness asked about why these were not put in before, because there was that year before rates went into effect. Why did you not ask for an update before the rates went into effect in 2021?
And so on that, I'll say in that settlement, there was no discussion of a cap or a maximum or anything like that. So it was never in my mind that, additional costs couldn't be brought forward in a future case. And I was involved in the negotiation of that settlement. So I'll put that out there first. We did do updates through May of 2020, and I think that was pretty contentious. We ended up settling that issue. But I think given that, and then given the hearings that happened after that, we didn't feel like it was appropriate to put new updates forward in that case.
Okay, and have rate case expenses ever been brought forward to a next rate case?
I think what we've typically done is just continued the amortization until, so if it's a little bit more or a little bit less than what the projection was, we just, amortize appropriately until the balance is 0.
Okay, and then do you have a schedule in the record that provides the timeline of when these additional rate case costs were incurred, the specific events and activities that created the cost and the corresponding costs?
So I don't, but I would think we could provide that.
Okay, thank you. If you could provide those. Those are all my questions.
Okay.
Would A bit out of order, but I have one follow-up on Commissioner Duffy's last question. As I recall, the settlement that was finally arrived at, that was not just a settlement of the rate case, was it? It was a settlement of other litigation as well. It was a settlement of the ongoing litigation with DEQ concerning the closure, the proper closure of the coal ash ponds. That was litigation aside from the rate case. It was in addition to the rate case.
So there were actually 3 partial settlements with the public staff during the course of that rate case. And so this would have been part of the first partial settlement. The rate case cost would have been part of the first partial settlement.
Well, the amount that's in discussion right now between the company and the public staff in the present case, does that include any of the expenses associated with the DEQ litigation, I'll call it?
With the settlement of that issue in that case, yes.
Okay, does it include any of the litigation expenses associated with the appeal from the 2017 rate case?
I'm not sure.
I mean, we've got a number of things that were going on at the time, and only one of the things that was going on at the time was the 2019 rate case proceeding. We've got, as I say, at least 2 other things going on, the appeal and then the DEQ litigation. So I'm trying to be sure I understand in the bucket that's currently in contention, which elements are in play.
Yeah, and when you say the DEQ litigation, maybe I'm misunderstanding. I don't think there was anything with like the DEQ settlement because that was a year earlier. If I'm
There's
thinking
no
of it.
residuary expenses associated with that litigation.
Yeah, I think what I'm talking about that I know would be included is the settlement that was entered into in the last rate case between, I think it's the Attorney General's office, the public staff, and there might have been additional parties on it resolving the coal ashes issue for a 10-year period with the write-offs and the differential basis points on the ROE and that settlement.
Okay, that helps me because again, that means that what's currently under discussion in this case does not include any expenses associated with what I've called the DEQ litigation. That was all through the pipeline.
We would have
through the pipeline.
Yeah, we wouldn't have called that rate case costs.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, so we've talked a lot about relative benefits, risks, both comparing North Carolina with other states, how you split it up between the company versus customers. I just want to ask one last sort of version of all of these that I don't see in your testimony, but I might be missing. This modernization effort is so interesting and complex because it seems the way I see it is there's historic going to forward, there's performance replacing something that's not performance, traditional, and then there's decoupling. You know, so these are all having impact on risk. They're all in various other states. So trying to, and I don't know if any other state has done all 3 just like, you know, like that in one rate case. So of these 3, I've heard a lot from you and even some of the other witnesses on the performance-based shift, decoupling, how that really is beneficial for everyone. You know, on the historic versus forward, just that part.
Yeah.
If that was the only thing we had changed. Can you think of a benefit financially in next year's bills that we can point to customers that shift will help them? In other words, you're going to be paying less because we did this shift.
And when you say historic versus forward, is that the multi-year rate plan?
Well, I think that one of the things embedded in the multi-year, so there's really 4. There's multi-year, single year versus multi-year. But I think one of the things embedded that seems to be a big change for me is the multi-year gives you a forward-looking first year. That the first year is going to look a lot different than the first year would have under the traditional rate making, unless I'm completely missing how the construct works. But that was my sense that we could now say North Carolina is generally more of a forward-looking test year than a historic test year if we had to pick one or the other?
Yeah, so I think that's interesting, and maybe I'm too much in the weeds of rate making, but I don't necessarily think of it that way because we aren't projecting out our full cost of service for the first rate year. We're really basing rates on a traditional historic test year, rate year. And then there's these step ups that are specifically allowed for in the legislation for the cost and savings associated with multi-year rate plan project, capital spending projects. So I think about it a little bit differently, but I think, but those multi-year rate plan projects are projected. So I'll say that. But in terms of tangible benefits, I think there's kind of the most near-term and tangible benefit, I think, is probably in reduced regulatory costs. So absent an MYRP, the company would likely need to come in for more frequent rate cases, which leads to rate case costs and more regulatory costs that are imposed on customers. So I think that's probably, one of the near-term items. If I compare the multi-year rate plan to a deferral mechanism, so if I think about, absent a multi-year rate plan, how else might the company recover costs? And this commission approved a grid improvement plan deferral in that last rate case before we had opportunities to use more modernized regulatory mechanisms. Under a deferral, the company kind of builds up that balance and has to finance it over a period of time until it can start collecting the costs from customers. So as it builds up, as it carries that balance and incurs financing costs, that's additional costs that ultimately are borne by the customers. So by allowing more timely recovery of the investments, you avoid or have savings with those financing costs. Another potential benefit, and again, this, it's not certain, but there's a potential benefit either under the earnings sharing mechanism, that either the earnings sharing mechanism or a penalty PIM could result in a decrement rider, which would reduce customers' rates. And then the biggest kind of long-term benefit, I think, is that harder to quantify piece of when you align the utilities incentives with positive outcomes for customers. I think long-term, that's going to benefit customers through reduced rates, through reliability, through better service, in many ways.
Okay. Thank you. That's really clear. I hesitant to ask the last question because it seems obvious to me, but I'll go ahead and ask it for you. Is there a immediate financial benefit for the company next year? Are you the first year going to be able to collect more revenue than you would have under the historic, or the more historic versus the less historic now? Is there a financial benefit to the company?
Yes, so I would say the financial benefit to the company is more timely recovery of our costs. And I think one of the things that I discussed in the NERP process, and it's in the report, is if you think about, and Ms. McManus talked about this in our last set of rate cases, if you think about grid investments that go in service, or grid or solar or storage, kind of these smaller scale investments that go in service more frequently, a utility can't really time its rate case around the in-service date of those investments. So there's kind of this natural regulatory lag where the utility can't fully recover its costs under traditional rate making. But if you compare that to a large generation plant, typically those investments, they build up AFUDC, they go in service all at once, the utility can time its rate case around it. This commission has often approved post-in-service deferrals to kind of bridge the gap from the in-service date to when new rates are effective in that rate case. And so you don't have as much regulatory lag. And so you see a difference in what the utility is able to recover between those two types of investments. And really, I think performance-based rate making just allows timely recovery for both types of investments, which I think, again, in the long term is good for customers, that it puts those investments on equal footing in terms of the financial incentive or disincentive from the utilities perspective. And so we are kind of more free to pursue whatever investments are best for our customers, are best for our system, and not have to worry that one type has more regulatory lag than the other.
Great. Thank you for that answer.
Basically.
Commissioner Mickelson?
And I guess my question to you is pretty simple. I mean, if I think back over the last 4.5, 5 years, the key rationale that I heard consistently, whether I was a part of this commission or a part of the state Senate, that regulatory lag was the primary reason that we should move forward with multi-year rate making and along with the PIMs. I mean, and that was consistently touted as the advantage. And I can see, based upon your testimony, and of course, all that we've covered during the course of this hearing, how there can be advantages and disadvantages. I think my greatest challenge at this point in time, sitting here on this DIAS, is wondering how accurate the company's projections are in terms of cost of projects, as well as expenses in this type of economic climate where there's a degree of uncertainty due to inflation.
Yes.
And if I go back that 4.5, 5 years, we weren't in that type of inflationary period as we are been in for the last 18 months or so. Are your observations any different than that?
So, so there's maybe a couple of things there. You talk about over the last 5 or 6 years, and I think there's been a progression over the last 5 or 6 years. Like I think there was a potential or proposed legislation, and then a request before this commission for a grid rider as a way to reduce regulatory lag, and that that did not come to fruition. And then I think in 2019 there was proposed legislation that included storm securitization, but it also included multi-year rate plans, just multi-year rate plans, not as part of performance-based rate making, and that did not pass. And so I do think this is different now that we've kind of gone through a stakeholder process. There's been a lot of input. There's been a lot of thought and study and analysis and input from a lot of different parties into the legislation and framework that we have today. So I do see it as maybe a little bit different than different iterations that have been looked at in the past. But in terms of the cost projections for the multi-year rate plan, I mean, we've projected costs. There is some uncertainty around those costs due to, different views of inflation. One thing that I think should give this commission comfort is the fact that the public staff did probably one of the most thorough audits that I have ever experienced of those multi-year rate plan projects. We provided an inordinate amount of information on those projects and those costs, and it was very thoroughly scrubbed and scrutinized. And there were recommendations, and there are some changes that are reflected in our settlement agreement with the public staff that SIGFR has also signed on to. So I think this commission should take some comfort in that there's been a really thorough review of the projections. I think the earnings sharing mechanism can give some comfort that if they are overestimated and the company didn't need as much revenue, that a significant portion of that would be flowed back through the earnings sharing mechanism. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. If costs do come down and we're able to flow money back, that's great. And then I think the final thing I would note is that provision in the legislation that the commission does have the opportunity at any point during the multi-year rate plan to initiate a proceeding. And so I think that's, some comfort that if you all feel it's necessary or that those cost estimates were way off and we want to open a proceeding to relook at this, you have that opportunity.
Yeah, and it's good to hear that your observations are the public staff has been very vigorous in reviewing the data that's come in relating to cost projections, and It's been my observation as well. I think they do an excellent job, and I think it's that type of increased level of scrutiny that gives me comfort. I mean, we're embarking upon a process that we have not embarked upon in North Carolina previously. And when I talk to fellow commissioners in other states, it gets mixed reviews. So I think we want to be very careful in doing it correctly with appropriate safeguards or guardrails and understanding that it's going to be kind of a learning curve here on both sides in terms of what might be done better the next go round. And the greatest challenge the next go round 3 years out, a lot of us won't even be here just by virtue of the passage of time and what's likely to occur, which means there's a whole new group that are going to have to get caught up to speed on what happened, how we got there, and hopefully can capitalize upon the collective knowledge that's there. Let me ask you this other question, which Commissioner Duffley touched upon briefly, dealing with testimony provided by Ms. Jacobs related to the methodology used for inflation. And when I asked her the question about the methodology used here, she indicated, yes, there's been this same type of methodology used the last 3 rate cases that came forward, but she could only identify Dominion in North Carolina as being an entity that had done something similar in terms of using the same methodology that Duke has observed. I guess the question to her was that you look outside of the state of North Carolina to see what utilities are doing. And I would ask you that same question to see what you can share in terms of enlightenment.
Yes, and so I think that is one of the points that I speak to with the multi-year rate plans. If you look at a lot of other jurisdictions, and I can list some of them, a lot of jurisdictions with a multi-year rate plan, some of them have capital trackers, some of them use cost projections for capital investments, but a lot of times for O&M, and for some, maybe maintenance capital and smaller capital investments, they'll use an escalation factor. And so they'll take not just updating to, like we are, to March of, some time period before the rate plan begins, but then they would take it through the rate plan and project out. And usually it's like an inflation type escalator and then minus like a productivity type adjustment that, your O&M will escalate with inflation, but we're going to assume that you get some efficiencies too. So they bring it back down a little bit. And then they'll take it from the beginning of the multi-year rate plan, but they'll continue to escalate those O&M costs throughout the multi-year rate plan. In North Carolina, we don't have the opportunity to do that. So we just kind of escalate it to March and then it just stays flat. So kind of zero inflation through the multi-year rate plan period. Now, again, that negative regulatory lag is offset by different positive regulatory lag. But I would say there are many multi-year rate plans out there where they do allow for that inflationary escalation, not just to a point in time, but throughout the multi-year rate plan period.
Got it. Now let me ask you this. The other Duke entities operating in other jurisdictions use the same methodology that's used here in North Carolina as it relates to inflation?
I think most of our other jurisdictions have forward test years.
Okay.
Florida does, Kentucky does, Indiana does. Yeah, I think.
Are there any
can check on
differences
the
in
side.
terms of the way you approach it in those jurisdictions?
Yeah, so they would be like fully forecasted
Mhm.
out to kind of whatever we think inflation will be when those rates are projected. The method that we use in North Carolina is specific to a historic test year. And
Right.
so we can only, update to what the capital cutoff date is or what that cutoff date is. That's historic by the time we get to the hearing.
Exactly.
So I think all of our other jurisdictions,
They're fully forward.
yeah, push it forward.
Well, that provides a good level of distinctions to understand why you approach it as you've had elsewhere. Thank you.
All right, we've come to the end of the day. We will be back on the record at 9:30 in the morning. And with that, we will be in recess until then. Thank you. Let's go off the record.